Hey, it's Shabes, and welcome to another expedition of the Anime Encyclopedia. Are we back? And we're back with one goal: finishing N. N is finishing. 50 entries left. We can do it. Collective we. Metaphorical we. Hello, Vio. Good to see you. Hello, Greg. Good to see you. Oh, we in. Let me know if levels are good. They're good. Hey, do you happen to notice something? I don't know if you do or not, because I usually don't watch, I don't know about the streams. Is my sync better? Because I finally got... Because my mom noticed that I was off sync, and I was just like, oh, fine, I'll fix it. So I recorded something with a different delay, and it looked good. So I don't know if this is working when I'm streaming. So let me know if my mouths, if it seems better. While you finish, yeah, wait, you mean, oh, Yuki Yuna? Right, you guys are finishing that. I'm probably gonna jump in on, Tenshini Naruman. I don't know when I'll watch the rest of Yuki Yuna, to be honest with you. I'll maybe binge it at some time, but like, yeah, I'm good. Not that I did enjoy the first season. I just felt that was like really cohesive, and I don't really feel like I needed more, personally. I mean, sure, but it's a possibility. But cool. And I've been watching Dazaki's Nobody Boy Remy. Wow, good shit. Thank you again, Veal, for the Naruto vids. Yeah, I hope you enjoy those. It's so loud for me. But I hope this is a good level for you guys. I'm gonna put that like that. That seems safe. Yeah. Okay. Got 50 entries left. I watched the past stream to just see where the gauge was. Where are we? What was the plan? And we did like, sheesh. I don't really know. I think we did 13 plus 19 entries, but that was 3 hours. But I'm starting early today. It's 5:30 for me, so let's just get into it. Let's just fucking do it. Hello, longtime VOD watcher. This is the first time I'm joining live. Kinoko, thank you so much for watching the VODs. Thank you. I mean, I know they get like some additional views after the fact, right? But it's like, it's viewers like you that really that I'm really appreciative of. That it's hard for me because you're often invisible type of thing, right? Or I get complacent towards it. But thank you for joining live, and thank you for watching the VODs. I really hope you're enjoying them. And yeah. Okay. Where are we at? I'm gonna close this. Okay. Our first entry is Nightmare Campus. Oh, it's 95, so gotta get the first book. Gotta get the book. There it is. Someone who only watched OG Naruto never went to Shippuden. The video made me kind of want to get into it. Oh yeah, Shippuden I actually consider to be ultimately the better half. Only I don't think it starts out strong. To be honest with you, it's sort because Naruto's in a really weak place emotionally. For a long time, so it ends up feeling kind of a bit of it like sluggish, and it focuses on other things, and it's I don't really focus on those first 3 arcs in any of the vids for a reason. Um, Not that they're bad, especially episode like 82 for Shippuden, which is during the third arc. um, I certainly like it, and I think it ultimately works for the story as a whole. But they're just not as enjoyable on a moment to moment basis as I think subsequent arcs are. I pretty much enjoyed the whole show past that point. Not that I found the first 3 arcs of Shippuden to be kind of middling, but then the rest of them were just like fantastic, in my opinion. Hello, Joel. Good to see you. Reading Nightmare Campus. I'm like, this is just Devilman. I'm reading the synopsis and I'm like, that's kind of just Devilman. That's interesting, but then I guess it is a Go Nagai thing. Oh, they just kind of referenced Go Nagai, but I don't think it is a Go Nagai work. Budget problems. Music budget cuts corners with public domain Beethoven. Are you literally complaining about the anime using Beethoven? Is that really a complaint? It's early. It's literally so early. It's the first entry. Come on, man. Come on, man. Oh, same creators, Uritsuki Doji. Okay. What the fuck? More contempt. I guess it's a joke. At the expense of the reader, the people who like this thing. It's just every turn, in my opinion. A question. Do you ever finish the letter L? I took a break in the middle of it, and when you came back, I was on M. Yeah, I don't know. Let me see. It's been a while. It's a long... This is a long project. Let's see. Let me look at my playlist. Because that would be fair. Because I did L highlights. Lock L, rest of L. L third, almost all of it. I don't think I did. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I necessarily did. Interesting. I'll have to look. In which case I can do that at some point. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely need to do that for sure. L was such a mess because I had the whole like scheduling and highlights and stuff, and it was dumb. Sorry about that. Yeah, good catch. I don't think I did. Okay. I don't think I did. Let's see. Getting a lot of notifications everywhere. Sorry, I have DM. Sorry, I'm streaming and I'm doing this right now. I could be, I could do like a be right back thing, but I'm sorry. Yeah. Uh. I'm not telling them that I can't until later. Sorry, fellas. How was your day, Joel? It's good. I released a video, my video on my main channel at 12 o'clock, but for the most part today I've been working on discotheque stuff, which has been fun and chill. I'm basically catching up to a lot of stuff now that I came off this week from editing the Naruto video. I have a question. Yeah. You have no doubt it's good. The only reason I didn't watch it was around when I got to the end of Naruto, my laptop died. Oh yeah, fair. What are the posters in the back? This is Berserk. That's Nausicaa. That's a poster that I made of Ashinojo and Hajime no Ippo. And this is the one on the far back is a play that I directed in college. Yeah. Rope. It's the one I directed in college. Yeah, so Nightmare Campus, what the heck? Probably, yeah, pretty much negative. Yeah. I gotta stop looking at that. I have to minimize. um Not really spoilers, but this one's weird. Fucking you can't just be like budget, am I right? Like, yeah, I mean, there's a that's a perfectly fair thing to observe, but like to have it in the context of like the unevenness may be partly blamed on budget problems. Even Amano's music budget cuts corners with public domain Beethoven. You know? What are your favorite anime movies? My top 3 right now are Nausicaa, Castle of Cagliostro. Yeah. Nausicaa, Castle of Cagliostro, and Project Eden. Ongaku Our Sound is very much up there. That's kind of those 4. My favorite Dazaki movie is probably his Aim for the Ace movie. Aim for the Ace 1979. And I really enjoyed One Piece Film Red and Evangelion 3.8 plus 1.0 recently. Really loved both of those. Been pretty good with movies lately, with stuff I've seen. Okay. We're on the. I think we're moving on. Oh right, this is another. Oh right, a weird side comment about the contempt for audience here. Um, series climaxed prematurely. A fate with which its target audience is probably in sympathy. Cool. Nico pun. Should just double check the Oh, actually they mentioned a sequel series. They actually added something. Sorry. They did add something to Nightmare Campus. I don't know why this one's taking the first one, of course, takes me forever. It's really not a sequel series, but more of a episode 5. Okay, now we're on Nico Pun. Okay, it's a spin-off of a live-action TV show for kids, kind of like a They basically call it like a proto Teletubbies from 1988. Hey, it's Niels. Niels, come on, Niels, come on up. This was like the second series I worked on for Discotheque. The second and only one that. You know, I've since done like one or two QC watches since then, but it was like the second one that the subs were so messed up, and I didn't really make notice to them that it was they were like, it probably don't put me on QC at this point. Also, like, Logan and Mark are amazing at QC anyway, so fine. But yeah, I have attachment to this series. Did you see Red in cinemas? Twice. Yeah. Once dubbed and once subbed. Dubbed because that was the time I happened to go for my first time, and then subbed when we went to go see it again. Still at work, gotta do another half hour of overtime. Best of luck, Annaliso. Okay. Niels. A horrible little boy. I don't know why they have to slight. This is like a mixed opinion, I'd say. Wait, who's Okada? Designer? Wait, what did he do? What did he do? Hold on. They were talking about how Toshiyasu Okada went on to do Cities of Gold. Yeah, it's Toshiyasu Okada. He's character designer. Right, okay. Yeah, the character designer. I'd actually give it dismissive, actually. See, Niels is really not that bad of a show. I don't know why they would put it down like that. Yeah, went on to greater things. On to greater things, I should say. But yeah. Oh, they also give spoilers, obviously. Even though it's obvious, but like, still. Okay. 9. Yeah. No change. Is this the one where the kid travels on a goose? Yeah. The one that had German dub behind Finnish dub too. Wow. I love this show a lot. Yeah, it's good. I love Niels. Yeah. So I don't know why they have to put Niels down by, bolstering Mysterious Cities of Gold. You could have just said the same character designer as Mysterious Cities of Gold. And it's like, yeah, I never actually made that connection, but I see it. I actually do see the resemblance. That's interesting. I don't know why they would then put this series down by doing that. You know? Weird. Oh, don't fucking spoil 9. It's an Adachi work, by the way. Stop fucking... Why do you have to put in so much detail? Why do they give so much detail about it? Unreal, dude. This is also pretty dismissive. My grandma read me the book when I was small. Holgerson's Underbar was a series, just a great book. Yeah. Spoilers for 9. 10. Nice one, nice one. Now, it's an Adachi thing, and so it's annoying because I like Adachi and probably would have watched 9 at some point. love stories. Wow. This kind of sounds interesting. It's an anthology of love stories. One of the shorts is directed by Koji Morimoto, the Magnetic Rose guy. Cool. And apparently it's all by the silent service creator Kaiji Kawaguchi, joined by an underlying theme of Beatles songs. Interesting. I dig. Yeah, no change. Yeah, interested. Okay. Alright. This is a new entry from 2001. Porn. Some of you might know this one. 1919. Kazushi, university student and football player, sees the girl of his dreams in an advertisement. I just realized this is 1990, and it's not in here. It's not in this book. There's a 19 from 1990, which is only 42 minutes. But that's... Oh, it is. Oh, it's the same one. Never mind. Wait. Am I thinking of the same... Wait, what? Am I thinking of something different? No. Okay. Oh, okay, yeah. I am thinking of something different. What is... Wait a minute. What was I thinking of? I don't know what I was thinking. It's some OVA thing. This is obviously an OVA, but I don't remember. 1919 is fantastic. Oh, good. I'll read it then. How do you pronounce Naruto? Well, if you want to be like a real weeb, Na is the way of pronouncing Na. In like the three letters in Japanese katakana here is Naruto. So if you really want to pronounce it like the Japanese way, it's Naruto. Or Naruto, whatever. But I'm gonna say Naruto because I'm an American. Because yeah, that is what I am calling it. Naruto. But yeah, like I was not about to like be a douche and go like Naruto every time, because I believe the dub actually pronounces it very specifically like that, Naruto, every time, and it's just like people saying anime. It's like, okay, you can do that. That's fine. I had touch spoiled right before I was about to watch it. What the fuck? Well, I hope you still watched it and enjoyed it. It's still very good. But, like, that sucks. I somehow was not spoiled to touch. I don't know how. It seems so ubiquitous. But I somehow wasn't. And I was just like, I remember where I was. I was, like, on a van trip. Like, I was up with AmeriCorps, so I was, like, traversing the country. And we were at a gas station when I was at that episode. And I was just like... But I hope you've still watched it and enjoyed it. Spiral fish cake. 1919's fantastic. Yeah. Damn Romanized colonizers' tongues. Epic dub keep winning. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. People like that dub. Don't get, cool. I was not about to watch. Well, you know what? The reason I didn't watch it pretty much explicitly is because I was watching it on Crunchyroll, and Crunchyroll did not have the dub. That's all it was. That's all it was. Yeah, I did. It was fun. Good shit. Good shit. I also barely did watch your best villain on the weekend, just in time to watch your new vid on the biggest yaoi romance kept in manga until Kamen Rider Build. Well, Aliso, you better watch my vid, because I addressed that in the first 3 minutes. At least my take on it. Anyway, 1919. Kazushi, a university student and football player, sees the girl of his dreams in an advertisement. She's really a medical student who models as a sideline, and one day they meet. As love blossoms against a background of well-to-do student life, can their romance survive the pressure of the 1990s? A tale of yuppie love isn't what most Westerners expect from the Madhouse team, renowned abroad for horror like Wicked City. They're known for a lot more than that. Why do you have to boil Madhouse down to Wicked City of all things? The fuck? But this exudes quiet charm and elegance. Yeah. Made for an audience of young, rich Tokyoites, this anime was based on the manga in Young Jump by Blue Butterfly Fish creator Sho Kitagawa. What do you think is better, Urusei Yatsura, Ranma, or Maison? I'm currently team Urusei Yatsura. I've not seen Ranma 1/2 yet. I really love Maison Ikoku, though. Don't get it twisted. I love Maison Ikoku. I just like Urusei Yatsura that much more. Just a little bit more. Just for the creativity, really, and the variety and broadness, and I just like the cast more. Specifically Lum and Ataru. I respected that. I didn't end up coming away with any real favorites for Maison Ikoku, but I did love the show. Yeah, it was a positive impression for 1919. Although this was a weird comment about I kind of want to look into that a little bit. Indulge me a second here. And I'm gonna put me. I should have this in some sort of nesting thing. I haven't done that. Sorry. Okay. I'm not gonna do it. I was about to flip myself, but it's like whatever. Okay. I could have sworn that that Aim for the Ace was Madhouse, but I guess I'm mistaken. So they had Genma Tyson. I'm assuming this was brought over. I guess maybe if you count Bear Forget as a horror, maybe. I think that was brought over, maybe. Dagger Kamui, I don't know if that was brought over to the West. And then you have Wicked City. And you have Neo Tokyo, I don't know if that was brought over, but that's a potential. Because their argument is, like, abroad they're known for horror. And it's like, okay. This looks kind of cool, actually. What the heck is this? I'm not going to get too distracted, though. And there's Yawara. I don't think that was brought over, though. Could be mistaken. Reckon a Lotus War? Reckon Second Lotus War was known in the West. Was this multiple studios or something? No, it was a full-blown Madhouse production. Is Lotus like a horror? Not really. Come on. And it's before 1919. Not to mention there's Cyber City, which, I mean, you could kind of argue is a horror in some capacity. Probably not Goku, though. Like, obviously, I think they realized that Madhouse does have more variety by that point. And it's just sort of what we got exposed to. But yeah. Maison Gang. I think you'd like the OVA. The Urusei OVA? Or, Maison OVA. They're goated. Neo Tokyo is an old 2002 DVD. Oh, yeah, okay. I should study up on Lotus War. I need to know more pre-Isekai sword. To be fair, it's, yeah, pre-Isekai. Just don't... Lotus War, I'm pretty sure is not an Isekai. I'm pretty sure it's just fantasy. Hello, Mia. I don't know if that's a way if I can call you Mia Butts Dirty. I'm gonna call her Mia if that's alright. I think Shaves would like that. It sounds good, yeah. I actually think I'll probably put that in here. Just the way they said it was elegant and everything. Like, yeah, cool. Let's be honest. By the time we got it, I don't know if we got that in 1990. So we can go a little further ahead. And yeah, like, most of the stuff that we probably would have gotten from them is the horror stuff, like Doomed Megalopolis, Wind Named Amnesia, which is not really horror, but yeah, I kind of get it. And Ninja Scroll, Battle Angel. I don't know if we've gotten Cockpit. I don't know. I doubt we did. Yeah. And then around that time, yeah. Okay. But it's also weird to put in a book like this with, like, in 2001, Trigun was already a thing. You know? I don't know. I don't know if we had gotten Trigun by 2001. That might be a little early. Lotus is not, yeah. Yeah, I only know that those who hunt elves would be considered isekai by modern definitions. Oh, really? I had no idea. Okay. Ninja. From 1999, and then there's definitely doesn't have it here. So let me just double check if this is in the. Ooh, okay. Didn't want to accidentally press something. Ninja. Or Kunoichi something. Ninja. Oh, 275? Wait, Ninja Mono? This is from 1999. Ninja Resurrection. Ninja Cadets. Ninja Scroll. I don't see a ninja thing that's from 1999, though. How about Kunoichi? What is the Japanese name? Kunoichi. I don't see it. Okay, I'm gonna say that's a new one. Ninja. Which is... Well, no wonder it's a hentai. I had no idea. The term kunoichi, which is female ninja, is assembled from the three disassembled strokes that form the character for woman, onna, in Japanese, making the sound ku in the hiragana syllabary, no in the katakana syllabary, and the kanji for ichi. So you just have like kunoichi. That's really interesting. The first and most successful release in the D3 series. Gotcha. Not much else to that, though. Then we got Ninja Cadets. It's funny that people complain about how much isekai there is now, when the late night anime boom in the 90s started with Those Who Hunt Elves. Oh, yeah. The Kabuso clan's seizure. This is in the book, so okay. Forgettable fun, but while this does indeed boast both scrolls and ninja scroll, it ain't. That's not nice. I think I think they had a good time describing and selling this show, and then they don't have to put it down like that. Come on. I think this sounds interesting. Let me read the article to you as I just want to show you. I want to get a visual for it. Hold on a sec. I have to scroll all the way up. It's my fucking Madhouse thing. There we go. Okay. Yeah, Ninja Mono. And it's not very well rated on Mal. But I won't read the synopsis, but what they say about it. This is like one of their reviews. It's very long. Often looking like a spin-off of designer Sue's work on El Hazard, Ninja Cadets is a lazy afternoon's D&D with a sushi flavor. Wandering monsters, a bit of comedy business, and a satisfying big fight finale. There is a promising monochrome beginning as Byakuro Castle is stormed by evil hordes, but the story soon collapses into a pastoral idyll in which the life of an outcast assassin is presented as a summer camping trip, where you get to play with knives while a mommy ninjet cooks supper. Faced with innumerable foes and a map seemingly drawn by a bored teenage dungeon master, you can go any direction you want as long as it's over the single bridge. The daftest ninja in the world decide it would be a good idea to split up. Then they wander listlessly around the countryside like bored kids on a school trip, which is probably the distant genesis of this whole story. Luckily, when they reach the impregnable fortress, it's guarded by the daftest samurai in the world, and the scene is set for a walk through all the pieces of Chopsaki ninja films. Tiger claws, throwing stars, singing floors, and reconnaissance kites. Our elite assassins try some really smart moves like throwing fire around in a room full of paper scrolls, and voice actress Maria Kawamura steals the show as a suicide blonde evil minion with an electric chair hairdo. seemingly inserted at the last minute to inject some much-needed evil into the proceedings. Armed with the scrolls of power, the ninja set off to dispose the bad guys, just as the ending credits roll. Further episodes were not forthcoming. Forgettable fun, but while this does indeed boast both scrolls and ninja scroll it ain't. I don't know, they kind of were like getting into it, and I liked their descriptions of it, to be honest. I thought they were kind of selling it to me, and I am now interested in it. It just seems like fun. And it's okay. They're not trying to be fucking Ninja Scroll. What's going on? It's good to see you, Bob. I'm trying to finish N. Very unsuccessfully because it's very slow moving. But we're having a good time. We'll probably be streaming for a while. Back then we didn't want to be amateurs having access to a whole website for production committees to SEO data scrape for the next 3 seasonals. That's interesting and really creative. I'd watch that based on cover art alone. Yeah, it's El Hazard designer, the character designer, also the director, Eiji yeah, this guy is the original creator, director, screenplay, animation director, and character designer. Holy shit! And he's also done, let's see. He was a key animator for the most part, and then he did he was pretty involved with Ramune, Tenchi Muyo animation director stuff, more Ramune, more key animation. This was like his first really big deal. It was his directorial debut, character designer, original creator. Like he fucking came in. Good for him. And then he would go on to be original character design for Maze. Original character designer for Maze again. More Maze. More key animation. That was like his big shot kind of deal. Get Ride AM Driver he's the character designer and kind of did a lot of work on that. More key animation though. You finally directed Kodomo no Chikan. There you go. Sasameki Koto. I've never heard of this one. Okay. Seems cute. Masahiro Symphony. Carnival director. Storyboard and did a lot for flamenco. Director of Lord of Vermilion. Oh. Boo. Was he the only director of Part 6? I totally didn't realize that Yo Moriyama had an episode of that. Holy crap. I don't know. I think that's really charming that this was like his whole deal. This is like his baby, you know? That's weird that they don't mention that. It's really weird they don't mention that. Oh well. But then they really just kind of I'm gonna give it more of a mixed, because they do give a genuine like full review for it. They don't really dismiss it necessarily. Forgettable, even though the wording right here it is a dismissive thing. Dismissive are more of the articles that, like, I don't even know if they watched it kind of deal. They just kind of assumed based on the premise or watching a little bit of it. The N-words. Thanks, Lisa. Congrats on finishing Naruto. Thank you. Finally. So now we can hopefully do other things. But gotta take care of business first. Business awaits, including this. So, trying to catch up on this stuff. But I already have the idea. I know what I want to make next. I know the video I want to make next. And it's deliberately like 5 minutes. Like it's very specifically supposed to be told over the course of one song kind of deal. But it could take me. It could be a still big project based on how I do it. It just won't be a long video. Oh, of Shinobu. Okay. And this is from 2004. That sounds really funny. That actually sounds pretty cute. Ufotable zippers. Ufotable zippers? Wait, what? This, this right here, like this anime here, animation by Ufotable Zippers. Production Ufotable Zippers. Was that what they used to be called? Hold on. Yeah, Shinobuden. Oh, this does look pretty cute. Yeah, and it's affordable. Ha! They were called affordable zippers at one point? That's weird. But yeah, isn't that like fun? It's etchy, I think. It actually isn't even labeled an etchy, funny enough. Even though the premise definitely makes it seem like it's an etchy. Well, that seems like fun, actually. I'm gonna write that down. They don't really give an opinion on it, though. Ninja Resurrection. Gonna end this stream? I will try. It's being slow, so I really don't know, but that's my intention. It's time for the Boruto retrospective. When it's done, Annalise, I'm not really watching Boruto until it's done. If that. I actually don't know if I will. These early affordable shows are all weirdly charming to me and no one talks about them. Yeah. I saw Manabi Straight a while ago. It was really cute. They deserve more spotlight now that they're splashy particle After Effects people. I wish they had more of that than that in common knowledge, like the Emiya cooking stuff. Oh yeah, I like the Emiya. I'm interested in that one. Ninja Resurrection. Of course they have a huge article on it. Maybe as long as Ninja Scroll, actually. Oy vey. I don't know how I feel about their take on this one. What do you guys think? Inspired by the same popular novels that informed Ninja Scroll, but misleadingly advertised abroad as a sequel, Ninja Resurrection is a ninja film for the post-Evangelion generation, with cruciform explosions in the streets, aliens invading the minds of Japanese citizens, and the use of alien weaponry to fight an alien threat. I feel like I get where they're coming from, but like a lot of that isn't like exclusive to Eva. I don't even know if aliens invading the minds of Japanese citizens itself really is that much Eva. I don't really know what they mean by that. The eerie, unworldly sight of samurai raising Christian banners and working their foreign magic is truly chilling in this context. Beautiful music by Masamichi Amano. Boasts some classy moments, but the running time is simply too small to contain such multitudes. The mix of the fact and fiction is something that really warrants liner notes, and the intense compression of Yamada's story results in a messy rush of incidental characters. After a promising portentous beginning with samurai huddling in a Kurosawa rainstorm and turning foreign guns on their convert countrymen, the film rushes headlong into a final battle with no time for a middle act. Completely unnecessary sex scene adds to the collapse of the latter half into substandard anime hackery, described by one of its own producers as, quote, horrendous. The US edition follows the Japanese pattern with 2 separate releases. In the UK, both were condensed into one 80-minute tape. I'd say that's mixed, because they do kind of call it, like, substandard anime hackery, but they also give it, like, good music and good start, and boast some classy moments. Alternative goes so hard. Wonder why Takayuki Hirao doesn't direct for them anymore. Damn. The Eva take. I don't need to hear anything past Evangelion. It's like comparing everything to Dark Souls. Yeah. Yeah. Call it the Citizen Kane of the PSM. It just sounds like one episode of Eva and really just the more sci-fi elements. Yeah, like, you can count this for several sci-fi are like this. Like, using the alien technology to beat the aliens, that's just Macros. Like, huh? Post-Pac-Man era. Gonna name the producer, or... The producer, or what? I don't know what you mean. Gonna name that producer, or... I'm not sure what you mean. Where am I going? Yeah, mixed opinion on that. Wow, just like an Independence Day. Ninja Scroll! Let's go! Let me just double check the 3rd edition. They do add something at the end here. The character has a brief cameo in Jubei-chan the Ninja Girl, which purports to be a comedy about his modern-day incarnation. Ninja robots! Ninja robots! Instead of Ninja Senshi Tobikage. 1985. I don't really see it here. It might be a new edition. Let me just double check though. Ninja ninja. Nin 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 nin. Oh, 126. Oh, interesting. They put a okay. Did they put that? I must have changed. I must have put that elsewhere. Let me check the original encyclopedia, like my current ongoing document. Oh my god! Click on the right thing, please. Thank you. Toby Kage. Flying Shadow. Yeah, they moved, change, flow. Okay, I have that already. So I have read this article already, so I can move on. Yay! It's time for reading this one out loud. Producers who said it was a horrendous show in the article. Yeah, I don't know. Described by one of its own producers as horrendous. The producers they list is Amuse Video and Phoenix Entertainment. That's it. Couldn't tell you. Ninja Resurrection is actually pretty fun though. Still it feels unfinished. Needs a sequel, but animation's fun enough. Yeah. It seems that they just kind of rushed it. Oh well. Ninja Scroll. After 1603, the people of Japan might as well have lived in another planet for 2.5 centuries. Foreign barbarians, that's us, were expelled, along with their corrupting religious influences, Christianity, and their super powerful alien weaponry, guns. All that's in parentheses. Under the rule of the Tokugawa family, any uprising was ruthlessly suppressed, and stories began to spread about the ninja, a mythical class of superhuman peasants who could beat the samurai through trickery and cunning. The ninja master Jubei Yagyu occupies a similar position in Japanese popular culture to Robin Hood in ours. A semi-historical figure who mysteriously disappeared, this swordmaster to the shogun has inspired many plays, novels, and films. It was Jubei's father, Mataimon, who founded the Yagyu school, and his brother Matajuro, who became the hero of the kabuki play True Tale of Twin Umbrellas. It wasn't until the 20th century that his own fanbase really grew, stirred up by Futaro Yamada's pot-boiler novels Basilisk, and turned into anime that eventually made him better known abroad than the rest of his family. Ninja Scroll, ironically, has contributed significantly to this reputation, even though its own Jubei officially bears no relation to the Jubei Yagyu of popular legend. Wait, so then he doesn't know. Wait, that doesn't make any sense then. Because this entire time they were describing this, I did not know that this was a semi-historical figure. I didn't know the MC of Ninja Scroll was like a Robin Hood historical legend figure. This guy, Jubei Yagyu. I literally had no idea. And then they say, Ninja Scroll ironically has contributed significantly to this reputation, even though its own Jubei officially bears no relation to the Jubei Yagyu of popular legend. What? Then your entire point is moot. I think your entire point is moot. What are you talking about? Does that make sense? Am I missing something? Did anybody here know that Ninja Scroll's Jubei Yagyu, there are several popular Japanese movies following Jubei Yagyu? Sure. I had no idea about those. And it's but my like from the 80s. Yeah. And it's just my thing is just that, like, oh yeah, Ninja Scroll really helped his reputation even though he had nothing to do with it. It just shared a coincidental name, I guess. I'll never forgive him for the new animation project they announced and didn't follow up at all. Oh, you mean Ufotable? I'm not sure which one you're referring to. Yeah. Anyway, I'm whatever. Moving on. Matters were kept nicely vague in the first movie, but later incarnations were obliged to explain that he is actually Jubei Kibagami, a generic wandering swordsman who just happens to have had a series of adventures and encounters remarkably similar to that of Futaro Yamada's Jubei novels. Hence, although Ninja Scroll has a title that recalls the various ninja novels of Yamada, and a hero whose name recalls that of Yamada's own protagonist, it is not a direct adaptation. A true Yamada adaptation would require the insertion of ninja into real historical events, which director Kawajiri regarded as a stretch too far for many modern viewers. Is that your opinion or what he said? I don't know. Ninja Scroll went into production during the rise of anime's foreign markets, and was, wisely it seems, written as a standalone work set in a more fantastical Japan. There are elements of the historical Tokugawa period and allusions to real-world events, but Japanese history in Ninja Scroll is merely a flavor. Kawajiri's script and story is far keener to introduce his stock-in-trade more familiar from Wicked City, a menagerie of iron-skinned, fang-toothed beastmen, each with a trademarked shtick or combat style, more likely to be found in a superhero comic than a Japanese folktale. In Ninja Scroll, he has a set number of superpowered opponents, on this occasion 8 of them, to defeat on a quest for justice against an evil sorcerer. Jubei's ultimate aim is to stop Spanish muskets from reaching the shogun's enemy and toppling the fragile order. That's kind of a weird way to describe Ninja Scroll. I feel like the guns was kind of a part of it, but a very minor part of it. Like, wait, his ultimate aim is to stop Spanish muskets from reaching the shogun's enemy and toppling the fragile order. Is it really? Would you guys describe Ninja Scroll that way? This is a very strange description of Ninja Scroll so far. Kawajiri's world embraces the realism of 1950s and 60s pulp fiction, rather than the truth of Japanese history. The first time we see the Koga ninja receiving their orders, they are delivered by a portly official who has the shaven head and top knot of a samurai, to a man who does not leave the shadows of the shrubbery where he is hiding. In other words, the ninja are working for the samurai as an unseen force that investigates places where Tokugawa officialdom cannot or will not go. In a sentence that trails off with, if any of your people are infected, ... There's also a faint echo of Kawajiri's secret inspiration, warnings delivered to the characters of Mission Impossible, that the establishment will disavow all knowledge of them if their attempt fails. The same basic plotting can be found in Yamada's Jubei novels, the real Jubei anime Ninja Resurrection, Kinji Fukasaku's live-action Sony Chiba vehicle Darkside Reborn, and its remake Masakazu Shirai's Samurai Armageddon. Ninja Scroll, however, beats the cheap special effects of its live-action rivals hands down, and comes complete with a menagerie of flawed heroes, each with distinct magical abilities. The main love interest is one of anime's most interesting female characters, a woman whose very touch is poison. Well, is it really her touch, or is it her her bodily fluids, like having sex with her? I thought having sex with her is what activates the poison, not literally physically touching her. Maybe kissing her could activate that too, but the set pieces are wonderful, from a duel in a bamboo grove to the explosive finale on a sinking ship. Made for a cinema release, Ninja Scroll boasts a coherent plot instead of, say, several TV episodes cut together, and a larger budget than many similar anime. The consequently higher production values have made it an enduring anime favorite in the English language, although it is relatively obscure in its native Japan. Kawajiri plumps for a color palette of dark shadowy blues and juxtaposes them with vibrant glowing reds, in turn accentuating night fights, flight into shadows, and sudden glints of light in a dark forest. Even the glints are part of the package, using, quote, transmitted light shining through the cell image. And they parentheses Tatsunoko production, even though Dazaki was doing that a lot too. Most often used in modern anime for the glow of robot eyes or jet engines, here it is used not only for the flash of swords, but also for great washes of glare across half the screen, in order to suggest forbidding skies or a blinding sun. Dizaki literally did this too. He literally had been doing this too. Tatsuo Sato's 13-episode TV series Ninja Scroll Dragonstone chapter features an older Jubei who acquires the titular artifact and becomes embroiled in a conflict between a rival ninja clan and demons. Well, they liked it at least. I'm sure there's less and more faithful interpretations of the character. Like the Ninja Scroll Project. Oh, really? I didn't know there was a Ninja Scroll Project. Need that for their Working Girl anime PLZ. At least Kawajiri still does storyboards sometimes, recently on Trigun in Vinland. Yeah! And on Sunny Boy. I didn't know he did Trigun. That's great. Bro, I forgot all about muskets. That's a gross oversimplification of an anime that can be adequately described in one sentence. Yeah. Yeah, that was weird. Having sex with / maybe kissing her is poison. But the character in Basilisk is by touch. Maybe they got them mixed up. Yeah, probably, because they mentioned Basilisk in this article? Yeah, in this article of Ninja Scroll, they talk about Futaro Yamada's pot boiler novels, Basilisk. Every toxic femme fatale melds together. Well, yeah, I don't know what to do with that. That was very... I felt that kind of unwieldy. I liked some parts of it, the article, but like... They're way too caught up in the historical context in this one. I just feel like it was cumbersome to talk about it that much, or to really put so much focus on it. For such a, like clearly the advantage of the movie, and they seem to nail it, is that it's its simplification. It's not dealing with any of this fucking politics and history or anything like that. That's part of its appeal. It's so easy to get and to follow. It's one of the best anime action movies out there for that reason. It's so easy to watch. And I get that maybe seem like a backhanded compliment or something. I like that movie a ton. It's either that one or it's really a three-way for me with this or Vampire Hunter D or Wicked City. Because I think all three of them carry the same philosophy of very clear, easy to understand story, simplistic but interesting characters, great action, great production values, and a satisfying ending. You know, he just knows his shit, you know? And I don't know, it was just kind of a weird article for me, I guess. I will say it was positive, at least. I think also, I have to just double check the book, but I'm pretty sure all they added was that TV series, because it came out in 2003. Oh, I put my phone there as a bookmark. I think they added a lot, actually. Let's see. Let me just double... Yeah, I think they added a ton. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, they added a ton, and I don't think any of this was necessary. There we go. Gosh. And they add even more here. This whole paragraph about Mission Impossible. Made for cine release. It boasts blah blah blah. They just keep giving it more praise. They added just more praise. The whole transmitted light thing and his colors and stuff. Even though I feel like you could say the same stuff about Wicked City. With like the blues and the reds. It's a way more blue and red movie than Ninja Scroll. Ninja Scroll has blue and red, don't get me wrong, but it's got green too. And yellow. Oh, sorry, I have to... Interesting. The blurb they have that they put in Ninja Resurrection, they actually moved this bit about Cameo and Jubei-chan from Ninja Scroll to this article. Although it is relatively obscure in its native Japan. Yeah, it's more technical jargon. And of course, 2003 series. They also said Jubei was instructor to the Shogun. Wasn't that Muinori? I have no idea, dude. Can't just enjoy a fun, simple framing device without trying to push the Tokugawa history buff. Actually, yeah. Yeah, a little bit. Okay, we're on... Great, where's this one? Shonen Ninja Kaze. They moved read it. Okay. Not much to say about that one. And I didn't write it down here, sorry. But I just did Ninja the Wonder Boy. Ninja Trickery. It's in K. And yeah, okay. I read that one already because it's highlighted and stuff. They added a lot. Ninja Man Ippei. Okay. Children's series. It's Ninku. All right. What do we got? The anime follows the adventures of the Ninku ninja clan. Since the third year of the Edo period, the clan has brought about a fragile peace through its command of esoteric martial arts. But others are constantly trying to steal their techniques and take over the country. The primary target is Fusuke Ninku, a geeky-looking kid but one of the clan's most vital members. The kidnappers hope he will give them access to its secrets. In the summer movie Ninku Headstone of a Knife, screened while the series was still on air, and so separate from its continuity, a gang of imposters is traveling around the country pretending to be the Ninku clan. Wait, that's not even the one. You're completely wrong. Headstone of a Knife. I'm pretty sure they're referring to the pilot. They're referring to the Jump Festa pilot. That's Tomb of Knives, Headstone of a Knife. I'm assuming that's what you're referring to. But then the one they're describing, a gang of imposters is traveling around the country pretending to be the Ninku clan. That's the Ninku movie that was released in the U.S., which they have asterisked here, so they know about that. That's not Headstone of a Knife. And the real clan members have to find out what they're up to. What? The Ninku characters have also appeared in Ninku Extra, a 35-minute video released to popularize the series. Ninku Extra? 35-minute video? Is that where they're referring to Tomb of Knives? I think that's completely wrong. The synopsis is not right either. Like, the synopsis is weird. Like, this is a complete miss, actually. think they got almost... They have very little correct, actually. Like, wow. All right. Where are they getting any of that from? That was so weird. That's just not correct. Alright, I'm just gonna move on. And the thing is, right, no one would have corrected them. Of course not. Not even in 2015. Of course not. I don't even think the series was started to get subs in 2015. Maybe. It only got finished subs, like, a year ago. The manga's still not even close. Nobody knows shit about this fucking thing. Hopefully you do a little bit more now with my video on it. But, weird. No good daddy. Well, Nippon Animation first. I'll read this one out loud. Formed in 1975 as Zuio Enterprises to create animation for Heidi, the studio was split into two legal entities: Plain Zuio, which retained the rights to the Heidi anime, and also its mounting debts, and Nippon Animation, which continued to employ Zuio's staff on other projects. The studio is best known for World Masterpiece Theater, which adapted many foreign children's stories, including Anne of Green Gables and Future Boy Conan. Local works include Chibi Maruko-chan. References to a Nippon Animation predating the 70s are likely to be the unrelated Nippon Doga, a company that was eventually absorbed by Toei. Okay. Nisekoi. Let's see what they got to say about Nisekoi. Teenager Raku Ichijo is obliged by his gangster father to feign a relationship with the bitter, bitchy, biracial Chitoge, daughter of the boss of the rival Beehive mob. They hate each other, of course, and Chitoge's arrival makes it difficult for Raku to pursue his search for the girl to whom he pledged his heart as a child. He still has a locket somewhere in Tokyo as a lady who holds the key. Casual racism and benign criminals aside... I haven't seen Nisekoi, but, like... Is the casual racism about Chitoge being biracial? Is that where the casual racism in Nisekoi comes from? Because that's the first I've heard about it. Casual racism and benign criminals aside, Nisekoi acknowledges that it is reshuffling an entire pack of cliches and goes all out in its references, to the extent of a play within a play in which the cast members take on roles of Romeo and Juliet. Director Akiyuki Shimbo arguably tries a little too hard to make this incredibly derivative show appear more interesting than it really is, with camera tricks and other caprices. A curse on both their houses. That's it. Why you gotta call her that? Man, I dodged something from Shaft there. Yeah, so how was that article? I have no idea. I really don't have much connection to Nisekoi. Nisekoi's a fun time. Okay. Huh. Huh. Do I give it dismissive? I'd say it's dismissive. Because they're not like really outright negative towards it. They're just more like, it's a fucking harem, duh. Lol, so they tried to make an anime look good without having an amazing story. I know, what a crime. These guys are trying too hard. What an awful attitude to have. It's just about racing. Why does it have to look like that? All I know about He's a Guy Without Watching Any of It is that Best Girl lost. Oh, okay. Katsuhiko Nishijima. It's a very short blurb. I'm just gonna. This is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 directors in a row. Nishi directors is all I'm gonna say. I'm just gonna roll with this. Okay. They have more to say about Yoshinobu Nishizaki. He's the Yamato guy. In particular, Nishizaki infamously enlisted the first generation of adult anime fandom in a prolonged guerrilla marketing campaign to request the theme song on radio shows, fly post details of upcoming screenings, and badger cinemas into taking the film. His efforts paid off with media reports of a grassroots popularity that had been at least partly engineered, and the movie's rebooking into a vastly greater number of theaters. Its success and that of its sequels for Space Battleship Yamato hence became something of a self-fulfilling prophecy and a lucrative franchise that soon led to spats at the top. Prolonged legal action ensued between Nishizaki and Leiji Matsumoto over who has the right to claim to be the creator. Nishizaki ended up with the moral right to claim himself as the author of the series and the movies, but Matsumoto is free to make his own new versions. Office Academy was subsequently renamed West Cape Corporation. Nishizaki was arrested in 1999 over drug and weapons charges and served 5.5 years in prison. The authors submit that while Nishizaki's production career often makes him appear something of a one-hit wonder, perpetually refashioning his one cash cow into knockoffs such as Thundersub, his greatest untold story remains his own autobiography, even to the events of his untimely death, when he fell from the deck of his own boat, which was called, of course, the Yamato. Damn. Cabo. This TV movie is another mark of respect. The animation style is traditional and the backgrounds are particularly pretty, showing his hometown and his environments as a pastoral idyll unspoiled by the encroaching tide of modernity. So, okay, positive. It's about this musician, particular style of musician. Here we are, No Good Daddy. Finally back to the first edition. Spiteful, violent series was toned down for an early evening TV audience, and each two-chapter episode involved a greater concentration on San Takobo and his school life. I mean, the way they describe it definitely seems that way, so I don't really know if that's really their opinion or not. This guy, Damiske, is married to Onibaba, the demon wife from hell, who rules him with an iron fist. Every time he tries to assert himself, the family turns on him and beats him up, for they think of him as the world's worst waste of space. In the latter part of the original comic, the dad eventually made good and became the boss of a small company. But the anime was cancelled before reaching that point. Spiteful, violent series was toned down for an early evening TV audience. I love Nitabo. I wish they would have said more. Based on a true story, I think? Yeah. Yeah, it's based on a particular guy. Also great music. It's about a shamisen player. They don't mention music. No, they do. They don't mention the music of the movie, but they do mention the type of music it is. Sugaru shamisen is a folk music style from Sugaru in Aomori Prefecture in snowy northern Japan. It's based on the traditional meter-long three-string picked instrument, which came from China by way of Okinawa over 500 years ago. By the late Meiji period, the instrument was widely used by street entertainers and beggars. Many performers were blind, as music was one of the few ways open to blind people to make a living. Nitaro Akimoto was such a player, and this movie tells his story. The classic shamisen style is heavily formalized, but Sugaru encourages free-form jamming and is often compared to Western jazz. Nitabo's influence was so central that two monuments to him were dedicated near his hometown in 1988 and 1993. The TV movie is another mark of respect. The animation style is traditional, and the backgrounds are particularly pretty. So they don't really compliment the music, but they talk about the music. No Money from 2007. That's another self-insert from them. Based on Hitoyo Shinozaki. I'm sorry, I didn't change Nogadari to no money. Based on Hitoyo Shinozaki and Toru Kosaka's 2009 porn manga, and oddly similar in its basic plot to Jane Champion's The Piano. We just love pointing that out. Thank you. I'm happy you like pointing that out. No, I just saw that movie. Loved that music. Yeah, it was good. Wish we had more folk music anime. We have folk instruments, but in modern school settings. Yeah, yeah. No Rin. From 2014. Oh, I remember hearing about this. Yeah. A lot of people like this one. Random spoiler? Cool. Thanks. Which were swiftly adapted into manga incarnation. It's based on the books by Shiro Shiratori, which were swiftly adapted into manga incarnations when the success of Silver Spoon became apparent. Silver Spoon of all things? Silver Spoon was in 2013 and Norin was 2014. Was it really that quick? Really? I don't know. That's a little bit of a stretch, I think. Remarkably little character development after these basic comedy templates are introduced. And predictable fury. Much more surprised than we are when a new girl arrives at his agricultural college. Yeah, they're just really dismissive about it, I think, because they're just like bored by how predictable it is, I guess. Number 6. I think they like this one. I have a feeling that I feel like I read this one before for some reason, and I remember them enjoying it. Exquisitely delicate literary references to Shakespeare, Ray Bradbury, and Oscar Wilde. Visual references could come from any war-torn tyranny. Drab refuse-strewn streets with people scurrying along. Governments and corporations believe that entertainment should keep you distracted. They would prefer you to be entertained rather than be engaged because that makes you easier to manage. Entertainment that makes you think is overstepping its boundaries, heading for the territory of art and literature. Not enough anime does that without boring you or preaching at you. This is one of the few. Not to be confused with Blue Submarine No. 6, which also takes place in a drowned future. Well, that's at least positive, but weird dunk on anime? I don't know why they have to put other anime down, or the vast majority of anime down, to really prop one of them up. You know? Like, the reason I tweeted out that Gungrave is replacing Berserk as my number 5 is only because I really want to put it forth to people that I think Gungrave is that good. Right? And it's not to say Berserk is bad. I love Berserk. I'm never going to stop loving Berserk. But it was really just sort of a reconciling with myself, being like, oh my god, I think Gungrave actually nailed it where Berserk didn't nail it. You know? But then there's the question of, does Berserk even have to nail it? I was always into the impression that it's okay where Berserk 97 ends. You know? But to actually see it fulfilled in Gungrave in a very satisfying way, sorry, that's it. Yeah, better. It's okay. They're both good. They're both very good. But that's the reason I'm putting Berserk down in that way. But I wouldn't be putting the vast majority of anime down. I wouldn't be saying something as extreme as not enough anime does that without boring you or preaching at you. You know? I don't know, it just doesn't have... That's just not the right mindset to have, in my opinion. It's fine to enjoy that. I like that they can be positive about this show, but... And also, like, the paragraph here is also kind of preachy in its own way. Like, without boring you or preaching at you. And then this paragraph that I just read feels very preachy to me, to be honest with you. To me. Moved the mic and there was a lot of fuzz static. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, it sounds weird coming from a book that's about documentation giving a good reception. It's like the whole perspective changed. Yeah. Well, I think it did over the course of them doing it. Because they probably kind of... It's maybe a similar realization that Trixie... Sorry, I saw it jump up again. I'm so sorry. It's a similar realization that Trixie, I think, has made when she made the 400 anime. Like, trying to recommend 400 anime, and she kind of was like, I don't think I can do that. There aren't enough anime to recommend. There aren't 400 anime to recommend people. You know, and that was... That's just really annoying. That's just really disappointing, I think. Because I would disagree. I do think out of, like, literally the 806 that I have completed right now, I do think I can recommend half of them. I do. Maybe not quite, because out of the ones I've seen, but even that, I know there's anime out there that are good, that are worth recommending. You know, that fix it. They actually fixed the static. Could be a loose connector or cable issues or something. It's my cable. I've had issues with it before. It's my cable, sorry. Yeah, it's a loose connector. This microphone's fairly old. I've had it since 2016. Anyway. Now we're on to ya boy. Ya boy, nobody's boy. Remy. Accompanied by his faithful dog. Remy didn't have a dog. That was with the traveling circuit. Like, they say... Accompanied by his faithful dog, Remy is forced to join a band of traveling players. But after many adventures, he finally finds his mother, who thought he was dead, and is no longer a child without a faith. Thank you for spoiling Nobody's Boy Remy. Thank you! I'm sorry I did it here. Hum the fuck on. No Remy spoilers, please. Very sorry. Yeah. And, I mean, it doesn't give away the precise spoiler, I think. But, like, the Dazaki series does kind of... I don't really know if the book does this, but, like, the way the Dazaki show kind of navigates that is interesting. And someone you might I'm glad I'm halfway paying attention to this and didn't hear it. Yeah. Sorry. He has no dog before joining. Yeah, exactly. The dog is with the troop at the time. And also, there are things that they didn't mention that I think could be spoiled as well. I will not even say what they are or allude to what they are, that they don't spoil. That, you know, they just kind of spoil, like, the very end. It also just because it doesn't, like, there's certain details that they don't really make explicit in that. But I apologize for saying it at all. I usually am better at that, so my bad. Directed by Osamu Dezaki, with character designs by Sugino and a soundtrack by Watanabe, it covered the same story at much greater length. 3D was a grandiose claim, but the characters are well designed, and the skill of the animation is considerable, making use of moving backgrounds to give a sense of depth. Like, yeah, like that's what the 3D is supposed to be for, is because they're using so much of the panorama, fucking hell. I don't remember the name of the camera. I'm 22 episodes in, major stuff just happened. Yeah, that's about where a big thing happens, yeah. but like multiple big things happen in that show. So another Mallet adaptation, Nobody's Girl, followed the next year. In 1980, TMS edited the TV series into another movie, which genuinely appears to have been screened with a stereoscopic process that qualified it as Japan's first true 3D anime. Parallax, yeah, Parallax. Multiplane camera, I got it. Had to remember it from my video, the way I say it. It's the multiplane camera, but parallaxing, yes. Hey Shades, nice to see you. Yeah, good to see you too, Hugs. The backgrounds are very nice and constantly moving. Oh yeah. It's kind of insane. dude is freaking nuts. That's probably why Dazaki gives so much credit to the photography team. Gives so much love to them, because that is very demanding on them. Insane. Like, it's one thing to paint all those backgrounds, and it's another to fucking move them all in the way that they do, frame by frame. Insane. The concept still had possibilities, perhaps an influence on the success of the live-action Oshin in 1983. The concept was revived once more, this time with a female lead, as another live-action series. The story was brought back again in 1996. 26-episode series directed by Kozo Kusuba for World Masterpiece Theater. Wait, what? Another Mallet adaptation, Nobody's Girl, followed the next year in 1978. And then there's Remy, which is the girl Remy from the 90s that we know about, that they're talking about here. The newest version introduced major changes to the storyline. Okay, whatever. It's not really that major. Let's just say they transforms her into a girl and transforms her into a child singer. That's really not that major altercations, all things considered. The series received the lowest ratings ever for World Masterpiece Theater and was the death knell for the franchise. Well, at least they mentioned Dazaki. Directed by Osamu Dazaki, with character designs by Sugino and soundtrack by Watanabe. It covered the same story at much greater length. Well, they do give a positive on Ie Nakiko, so. Yeah. Okay. Are they referring to Pareen Monogatari yeah, by Hector Mallet, not to be confused with the 1996 sex change remake of Nobody's Boy Remy. I don't know, it's so weird that they call it sex change remake. You know? Like, you can't say gender swap. It has to be sex change remake. Like, this just seems uncomfortable to me. Like, it just makes it seem that, like, I don't know. That's just a really blunt way of putting it, isn't it? Okay, so when they're saying Nobody's Girl, another Mallet adaptation, they're just referring to Pareen Monogatari. What the fuck? They described the entire fucking story! Like, cover to cover! They summarized the entire thing! Unbelievable. Oh. That is so weird. Wait, no, they got their timelines mixed up. Hold the fuck on. Hold the fuck on. This was a first-time collaboration between writer Akira Miyazaki and Hiroshi Saito, who would become the stalwarts of the World Masterpiece Theater franchise in the absence of an old guard, such as Hayao Miyazaki and Isao Takahata, who had gone on to better things. Perrine was in 1978. You know what came out after Perrine? Fucking Akage no An. They had not moved on to better things after, like by the time Perrine happened. Dude. Get your shit right. Like, are you kidding me? And I don't feel like that's niche information, like, oh, actually, to know either. It's Isao Takahata. They should know that. They do. They have to know that. They just got their dates mixed up, I guess. But, like, they were so eager to jump on this, like, Miyazaki Takahata, they moved on to better things. Literally, gone on to better things. It's not even it's not even a difference with, like, I should say greater things. Because, yeah, maybe Mysterious Cities of Gold is a greater in scale project. Maybe. Arguable than Neil's. Well, earlier when we were talking about Neil's, like, towards the beginning of the stream. But here, they went on to better things than the World Masterpiece Theater. Come on! You don't even get your dates right. But they just going out of their way just to make this dunk. Alternate reality. And really is the dark turn of this whole thing. Spoilers abound. Anime dares only to be entertainment. Timeline is off. No, RC, you're just I don't know if you've watched the rest of the streams, but this has been the whole book. This is all of it. This is par for the course. I really don't know about a dark turn. Because it really is just consistent. Rock solid. It's not like they wrote this book chronologically. I hope not. Can you imagine? I mean, but like, yeah. I hope they're not writing this chronologically. But like, I'm assuming not. And that's why it has a consistent, like, similar themes of, dumb. Mandela effect, you know. Yeah, fair. Gotta be kidding me, man. Hello? I've been following in a bit more than the other sections, so yeah, process my ignorance. Yeah, don't sweat it. Keiko Nobumoto, rest in peace. I didn't know she wrote Tokyo Godfathers. Holy shit. Well, the live action Tokyo Godfather? I don't know. Because they were talking about live action films. Mm-hmm. Cool. Decent article. Nobunaga the Fool from 2014. But let me just double check Korean Monogatari. I forgot about that in the first edition. And Remy, actually. Sorry. Okay. No changes in Remy. I think they tweak the Perrine synopsis a little bit. This doesn't seem quite the same. Okay, no, it's the same. Yep, no change. Although in this book it's Noelle's mysterious adventure that's next, which makes sense. It's Nobunaga. Okay. They do give an opinion here, so it's a bit mixed. Okay. Nobunagan from 2014. You can just imagine the pitch meeting for this. As enthusiastic producers presumably outlined the potential for online gaming spin-offs and pick your own celebrity character creation. And we'll bet you a buck that the words "it's educational" were blurted out at least twice. One wonders, however, at the likely powers exhibited by some of the celebrities. You can see the action anime potential for an unhinged heroine channeling a samurai, but how exactly will someone help to save the world if they are possessed by, to quote just a few of the oddities from the manga, baseball legend Babe Ruth, notorious pacemonger Mahatma Gandhi, or loopy architect Antonin Gaudi, based on the manga by Masato Hisa. A bit cynical, but they didn't really give their opinion on the show itself. It's just a weird, snide comment about it. Yeah. See, it's just kind of random commentary. Nodame Cantabile. This is a story of an odd couple. An arrogant young pianist whose ambitions to become an international conductor are hampered by travel phobia and excessive perfectionism, and a messy, disorganized, laid-back glutton who prefers playing by ear to sticking to the score and wants to be a preschool teacher. Megami Noda, or Nodame, as she likes to be called, falls for Shinichi Chiaki almost right away, but it takes a long time for him to appreciate what she does for him. Her sheer joy in music and love of sharing it helps him overcome his own prejudices and fears. Gradually, they change each other for the better, and their music blossoms. Ninomiya's Nodame Cantabile is probably the most famous music manga of recent years, and a justifiably lauded pinnacle of music in anime. I'll give that a positive there. Justifiably lauded pinnacle of music in anime. Inspired 2 live-action TV drama series, 2 feature films, as well as this and 2 more anime series. The videos listed are extra episodes made by the same crew. The character of Megami is based on a real person, and a later supporting character in the manga, James DePriest, is based on the conductor of the Tokyo Metropolitan Symphony Orchestra. He must have liked his manga portrayal because the Tokyo Met provide the classical music for both the live-action and anime versions. All the music on the soundtrack is performed well enough to be worth listening to in its own right, and the multiple CDs based on the series have all sold strongly. The top-selling manga doesn't always get the treatment it deserves, but with Gainax and Tatsunoko among the key animation credits, and a host of top names among the writing and animation credits, this show did. What is... Hold on, are they really gonna credit the fucking... Like, go really in deep in the fucking credits and be like, oh my god, look guys. Who... Give credit to the actual fucking animation studio, please. It's not a Gainax show or a Tatsunoko show. Like... Second key animation from Gainax and Tatsunoko and fan out. But the animation production is JC Staff. Give credit to JC Staff, please. Like, are you fucking kidding me? This is so weird. It's weird, fanish fascination with this shit. I don't get it. It's easy to... And the director! Who directed it? Kenichi Kasai! Say his fucking name! Dude! Kunihiko Ikuhara directed the OP! Are they gonna mention Ikuhara? How? How do you bungle that? Look, directing the OP is not much of a deal at all. But that's cool. That's really neat. Like, how... Shichiro Kobayashi design... Art direction! Art direction by Shichiro fucking Kobayashi! And you're gonna give credit to Gainax and Tatsunoko? What are you, high? What is this? What are you doing? Oh, man. So weird. At least they liked it. It's a wonderful romance. It's easy to see why. Its appeal goes far beyond the usual anime and manga audience. It's a wonderful romance with plenty of humor and drama. An ideal family show, highlighting the way we all shape each other in the course of daily life. Its emphasis on the theme that all the natural talent in the world won't help you much without hard work and commitment echoes shows across a wide range of genres from Gunbuster to Oishinbo, and sets it apart from those fantasies that offer magical MacGuffins like La Corda d'Oro. I've never heard of La Corta d'Orta. Okay. Heartwarming, spirit-lifting stuff. Most famous? Nozomi's great. I agree, Yuan. Or Juan. I'm sorry, Juan. Or well, I have no idea why they would do that. It's just misdirected praise. It's just so weird. Among writing and animation credits, I don't. That was weird. How strange. Noin. I'm sorry, I don't really know how to. Noain. No way in. Noin. All she needed was him. Preteen Haruka Kaminogi lives with her divorced mother in the Hokkaido port of Hakodate and frets over her lifelong friend Yu, a thoughtful boy who is studying hard to get into a private school in distant Tokyo. Their everyday existence is thrown into turmoil by Karasu, a shadowy man who claims to have traveled in time from the year 2020, when the rival dimensions of Lacrima and Shangri-La are locked in conflict. Just synopsis. Okay. Fair enough. Won't go further into that then. Noelle's Fantastic Trip. From 1983. So, we're back. I'm going to change, they changed. Damn. The English, like, this is like a vehicle for a particular musician, and then the U.S. localization completely stripped out the music. Dang. And they actually added that. By the time it reached American shores, Noir. Noir. Girls with guns. Near future replay of Gunsmith Cats. Jesus Christ! Oh, come on! Immediately? Out the gate? The first sentence? I wouldn't go that far. I haven't even seen Noir. And that is the first I've heard of that. Literally just because Gunsmith Cats is girls with guns. It's a near future replay of Gunsmith Cats. I didn't realize Noir was so upbeat and perky and fun, and I didn't hear that about this show. I didn't know it was a replay of Gunsmith Cats. Jesus. As sexy hit woman Mireille Bouquet, searching the Tokyo underworld for the assassin who killed her parents, teams up with traumatized Japanese girl Kirika Yumura. Yeah, that does not sound like Gunsmith Cats. At all. They're exactly the same, except all the differences. Except when they're not. You have got to be kidding me. I don't know what was happening in this section, but man, they were wildin'. No, nothing surprises me. They've never betrayed my faith, really. It was always like this. N just has some bangers. N just has, you know, a good chunk of bangers. Come on. This is not like... I'm just reading a little bit more. Let me read more. Neither can remember the full details of their pasts, but both are dragged into a conspiracy that shows that they are linked by more than mere amnesia. In a series of missions that take them to numerous 21st century hotspots, the Middle East, gang-run cities, a collapsed former Soviet republic, they establish themselves as the reliable noir team, taking their name from a legendary assassin, only to discover that another assassin calls herself the true noir. A secret society called Les Soldats has tried to kill the women before, and seems intent on finishing the job, although both Mireille and Kirika will need their memories back if they are to fight them off. However, restoring a full set of memories may compromise their friendship, and a crime caper heavily redolent of other millennial thrillers like Alias, which began broadcasting in America roughly the same time. In 2011, it was announced that the U.S. cable network Starz had bought the rights to Noir and would be adapting into a live-action series. However, the project seems to have stalled. Compared to Madlax and El Cazador de la Bruja, the first and third entries, respectively, in creator-director Mashimo's and B-Train's Girls with Guns trilogy. Why didn't you start with that? Why the fuck didn't you start with that? How is it a near future replay of Gunsmith Cats? Come on, guys. Oh my gosh, I think they wrote that because they had no idea what this is. It's in the first edition. I just looked down. I assumed it wasn't. And it says near future replay of Gunsmith Cats as sexy woman. I don't even know how you get replay of Gunsmith Cats from their description in the first edition. As sexy hit woman Mireille Bouquet, searching the Tokyo underworld for the assassin who killed her parents, teams up with traumatized Japanese girl Kirika Yumura. Neither can remember the full details of their past, but both are dragged into a conspiracy that shows that they are linked by more than mere amnesia. They just copy-pasted their first edition article and they just added more now that they watched it. I'm not kidding. It's completely the same. And then they just add in a series of missions that take them from blah, 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 blah. And they just describe more of the show. Yeah, Odd Choice is not open with the trilogy. That's 2 free shows to compare to. Yeah, I know, right? I guess they'd be circular references. Wouldn't Gunslinger Girl be a better comparison? I haven't seen it, but it's gotta be closer than Gunsmith Cats. Yeah. I wonder what they say about Gunslinger. I would know. I should have read it by now. Gunslinger Girl. What did they say? Which ones did they reference it to? Wait. Yeah, there it is. I was like, is it not in here? Yu Ida's original manga takes elements of the undercover agents of Spriggan and Sukepon Deka and blends them with the glamorous female agents of La Femme Nikita and Alias. Mental trauma also provides a foundation for subplots that present the girls as submissive blank slates in the style of Chobits. To the cynical might bear close resemblance to the seduction of damaged goods in less mainstream works such as Lolita. Beethoven's Ninth Symphony, an anime favorite since Evangelion. They don't even mention Girls with Guns. They don't mention Gunsmith Cats, and they don't mention the Girls with Guns trilogy. Do they not even know about it? What? How? How? Wild. How the fuck do they talk about Gunsmith Cats? It's right next to Gunslinger Girl. I don't even have to search it. It's right there. It's the next article next to Gunslinger Girl is Gunsmith Cats. I'm just going to look through it and read through some of the stuff that it references, the other titles it mentions, that Gunsmith Cats mentions. Chiefly to satisfy the filmmaker's desire to reprise Charlie's Angels. Despite a setting in a fantasy Chicago like the urban war zone of Mad Bull 34's New York, there wasn't much call for pulp crime in 1990s anime unless it had a sci-fi sheen like Cowboy Bebop. A very different earlier version of Raleigh Vincent also appeared in Riding Bean. Which makes sense, that's the one you connected to. Gunsmith Cats and Riding Bean are the same author. But like, what? Huh? I feel like I got here at the right time. What did I miss? Full Wind Man, you did come out at the right time. We're on Noir, and the opening line for Noir is a near-future replay of Gunsmith Cats. Noir. Near-future replay of Gunsmith Cats. As they describe, as sexy hit woman Mireille Bouquet, searching the Tokyo underworld for the assassin who killed her parents, teams up with traumatized Japanese girl Kirika Yumura. Oh yeah, that's definitely Gunsmith Cats. I don't know what the Girls with Guns trilogy is either. That's at least a little more codified, Bob. B-Train, the studio, and the director and original creator, Mashimo, I believe they've actually even codified and made really, like, specified that as a term. It's Girls with Guns, and the three of them are Madlax, Noir, and El Cazador de la Bruja. So that is a codified thing. And then... But then there's other ones that came out around the same time, like Gunsmith, like... like, Noir came out in 2001. El Cazador came out in 2007. And then Gunslinger Girl was in... 2004. So, like, people kind of have that in the headspace, like, oh, I recognize this, you know? Probably why they don't mention it. They want you flipping through the book and following the threads. I guess. I don't feel like that stopped them from being circular before with their references. Like Moonface. And I've watched both, aside with them both being Girls and Guns and something alike. I miss the Girls and Guns talk. Oh, I'm familiar with those. I know it wasn't done by B Train. I just mean in terms of the colloquial, the community seeing that come out at the time. Like, I'm not saying Gunsmoke Girl is officially coded, like, part of that trilogy. It's not. I'm just saying, like, you see the pattern. Very obvious pattern. Lycoris recoil-worthy successor? Yeah, perhaps. I haven't seen it, but it seems that maybe. Yeah. Still, it's just a wacky ass. All right. Noiseman is not in the first edition. Where is it? Onkyo. I don't think it's in here. I think that's a new. I think this is a new entry. Where does it align with Girls in Panzer and Vivi Red's operations end of things? I'm not sure. To be honest, I'm not. I've only seen Gunsmoke Girl and Gunsmith Cats out of this whole environment. Will there be a 4th edition? So people keep mentioning that, and I really don't think so. Especially with the sheer amount that has come out in the past 7, 8 years. Because this is updated to 2014, so it would have to include more anime from 2014. This is like leftovers from 2014, like some small. Like this doesn't have Parasite. I don't think. I'm pretty sure it doesn't. Let me just double check. Yeah, they mentioned the manga Parasite, but like, they don't. It hadn't gotten an anime at that point. So like, you would need half of 2014, and then 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. You would need 10 years. You would need almost 10 years worth of shows to include. And they had said with the 3rd edition that they were pushing it with the physical print edition. They could do it just an online ebook or something if they wanted to. I don't know if they will or not. I kind of doubt it personally. Well, of course, Rito is the only one that didn't get a video game adaptation. They got something cooking soon, so who knows? Another edition feels like an impossible task. At this point, I feel the same way, yeah. I don't feel like it's feasible for them. After 3DS support and only incredibly popular anime get video games these days. 10 years worth of shows come out every 3 years now. Basically, yeah. Yeah, Noiseman's a new article. Okay. The future. In the city of Campfun, a scientist has created a synthetic life form called Noiseman. Wow. Yeah, it's a Studio 4C thing, and it does sound interesting. I think they could give it a positive, really. Steampunk visuals foreshadowing Steam Boy. Noitamina. I didn't know Psychopaths was a Noitamina show. Wow. Foreign viewers often assume that such anime are primetime hits, whereas in fact they are watched by literally nobody at the time of their initial broadcast. Time shifted on video and TiVo to more civilized hours, even by their most ardent fans. You know, there is an argument too nowadays, right, where the U.S. market has grown so much to where I believe at this point it's as big, if not bigger, of a source of income for Japanese anime. There's an argument to be had that late night shift just makes sense because it's literally the daytime working hours of the US. So when it airs on Japan, within hours of it being broadcast, so like 4 p.m., 5 p.m. in the US, it just makes sense. You know? But like, I feel like this wording it this way, where they say, however, late night anime are nothing new in themselves, and the name is arguably little more than a brand designed to make the graveyard slot seem less like a dumping ground for shows that couldn't possibly get high ratings elsewhere, and more like a showcase for quality. Foreign viewers often assume that such anime are primetime hits, whereas in fact they are often watched by literally nobody. They're losers, is what they're trying to say. You know, that's the vibe that they give me. Like, why don't you just be honest about it? And not brutally, like cynically honest. Just straightforward and not judgmental. You know? I'm not trying to be pearl clutching here. I feel like I might be pearl clutching and like trying to bait into what they're saying here. Like, foreign viewers assume that such anime are primetime hits. I don't even know if I'm really trying to argue that. I'm just trying to say that maybe you give them a little bit more respect. And especially now that, like, it just makes sense. You know? Do you see the one vid about production committees making tons of anime projects while only paying them out? Yeah. Yeah, the Toshio Okada thing that Animation Dormitory Project shared. That it's all kind of a racket. They're all the main producer, the production companies have kind of decided amongst themselves that this is how much anime should be budgeted as. And if we get more surplus, if we get more money from foreign companies like Netflix and Crunchyroll that want to, you know, pay the animators better, instead of doing that, we're just going to allocate that to more productions at the same budget. So we make more money. Noiseman's Koji Morimoto. Yeah, no shit. Let's go. Attack on Titan's the worst when it comes to this. This is the first collab of Symphogear. I do remember that one Noitamina logo showing up before all the late night stuff on seasonals. Side note, I noticed Genner Birchie's name doesn't have the same hooks it used to. I mean, yeah, A&N just had an article about that. They would just stream it then. Wow, that's crazy. Nobody paid attention to Al No Zero Crash and Burn. But he was way better off. It was better off writing Kamen Rider Gaim than Thunderbolt Fantasy. Again, I only about the first 3 episodes of Al Noah. The Boku no Pico guy. Thanks. Yeah, did that guy ever make anything not infamous? It's funny how anime was considered unmarketable in the US in the 80s, yet here we are. Is this written for the first edition? No. The first edition does not have articles about genres, or like they have a series of their own articles about music and anime, slice of life, various things like that. And they have these articles as well about various studios, people, and timing blocks like this. So this is not in the first edition, no. Entirely different market then. Late night TV did have the connections of being a graveyard. I'm not denying about it having the connotations of a graveyard, ever. Even today, I would say it still has graveyard shift or whatever. But I don't think it's right to designate it then, or designate it now. Ultimately, these anime are not remembered for what time slot they aired on. Nobody gives a shit. I didn't even realize Psycho Pass was part of Noitamina. It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter to Crunchyroll. It doesn't matter to the majority of fans of these series. I don't even know how much it would matter to Japanese audiences. I think there's something to be said about the time slot as a lineage. I think it's cool to mention that this is all part of a similar block with the intention of it being a little more experimental, because what they say here, Noitamina, the express intention of showing serials outside anime's normal demographic. So when it's a Noitamina show, there's a certain degree of pedigree to it, similar to learning about what studio made the anime that you like, knowing the people who made it. I think there is a sort of value to it, but like to a certain extent. It feels like they're using this late night thing as a cudgel for some sort of like, this couldn't be put on primetime Japanese television. I just find it condescending, personally. And I feel like I wouldn't want people to be condescending about any time slot, is my thing. If it was on Sunday like afternoons, right as the kids get out, that's cool. That's fine. That makes it no lesser. Just like how, like, clowning on something for being from Studio Dean or Gonzo or something. Like, who the fuck are you, right? You don't judge it just because of who made it or what. You learn more about it. You don't judge it, right? They're like, oh, it's this director. Okay, watch out. A little bit. They don't get remembered in the... Like, let the show speak for itself is what I would say. They don't get remembered in the first place if no critic can become a fan to stay up and watch it. Not true, Annaliso. So many of these shows are talked about today. We know about the shows that they mention here. Kids on the Slope, Silver Spoon, Psycho Pass, Honey and Clover. Recent shows like Sarazanmai and Wonder Egg Priority, I'm pretty sure, is Noitamina. Wasn't Promised Neverland of Noitamina as well? Which was kind of interesting because it's a Jump manga. I could be wrong about that. But, like, there's some intrigue to this. People need to look for anime. And also, your argument, like, the thing you're saying there about, like, no critic can become a fan to stay up and watch it, is the exact argument they're making here. That's exactly the kind of condescension that they're having. Like, no one, not even, they literally say, time shifted on video and TiVo to more civilized hours, even by their most ardent fans. I don't read it as them dunking on stuff, TBH. It feels like they're noting the difference between Western and Japanese audiences' perception of how popular something was, not how good it is. Yeah, I totally get that. I think there is something to be more sobering about something like Cowboy Bebop not having the Japanese impact the same way that the West has. But that can also be that can also be taken too far, like Ghost Stories, right? Because the whole story went that Japan didn't care for this series, so the West got this like funny bastardized version, when that is not the case. So sometimes that can be overinflated as well. I think it is something to be considerate of, but it's what I've been saying. They come into these shows looking for something to complain about. But I can see how you maybe get that read. Sorry that came off wrong, but a bad time slot still very hurts the show's propagation, and much of the listed shows already have a director pedigree. Yeah. I don't disagree. I would say that, you know, I don't know. I think it's just literally like they're just dismissing the entire Noitamina thing as branding. Which, like, yeah, but it seems to be effective branding, right? If it does have that notoriety to it. The director didn't like Ghost Stories. I have no idea what the audience felt. I'm pretty sure Mercury Falcon talked about like TV ratings and certain sales of the series. I'm pretty sure he just proved that it was unpopular. It was a producer that told I worked on commentary for Ghost Stories for our release of it, and the ADR director of that, you know, the guy who really made all those choices, he told the story that he says is a producer told him that. And a producer explicitly told him that, but it was proven, at least by Mercury Falcon, to be not true. Another time when a brand minister worked on me? Yeah. Oh, that's enough noise time now. Okay. No Mura Hospital. Yes, okay. An anime based on an erotic computer game, it consequently boasts more sex than suspense. And then they do add one thing about it being released in the US as this thing. Nontan is also not in the book, but it's from 1992. God, a lot of moving in N as well. Kanki. Okay. Nope. I think this is a new one. Okay. Apparently this is digitally animated. Oh, sorry. Apparently this is digitally animated from 1992. But it's a kid series. Okay. This is also not in the first. Jeez Louise. Nubo Okay, yeah. Okay, it was just moved. Okay, they changed. All right. You're maybe talking about survivorship bias. We remember cult classics that didn't land during their release. So we think that any work can do that. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you mean. I'm not sure if that's what I'm saying. Damn, I wish more people remembered Moyashimon. Both of those were from famous creators as well. That's probably why I had a lot going in, but not a lot coming out. Not every show can make a landing no matter who's attached to it. Yeah, 100%. It's just always timing and luck and quality. It's case-by-case basis. Sheesh. It's 50. Hey, holy shit. When I read the art, okay, so let me read this to you. Let me read this article to you. Oh my. What? Wait, what? The twist. More twists. Okay, let me read this to you. This is not changed in the first edition. In the green and pleasant village of Nubo, the summer festival is ruined when a gold medal, first prize in the pie-eating contest, disappears. All the local inhabitants, who happen to be mascot characters from the various types of Morinaga chocolate, go hunting for the missing medal. A cynical exercise in product placement designed to sell chocolate to kids and, presumably, get them to eat more pies. Okay, fine, blah, 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 blah. And I was literally about to just kind of write it as that and like, sure, dismissive, whatever. And then I glance over and I see 52 episodes. It's a 25-minute video from 1990, and then there's 26 episodes of a TV series, and then there's a web TV of 52 episodes. And look, they're still probably right. I'm looking at it, and they're not really giving me any. There's no link to anything. Hold on. Oh yeah, big cartoon database. Like, not even fucking Mal knows what this is. What on earth? Okay, yeah, okay. Oh, there's something. It's not Nubo with a U. It is the 20. Oh, okay, it is on Mal. Okay, cool. But yeah, all right. And there's a sequel, Nubo. Yeah, okay. Mamoru Kanbei? I've heard that name before. Hold on. So this is Nubo. Yeah, like whatever. Okay, sure, whatever. But the director is this guy, who I've heard before. What did he do? I've literally heard of this guy. Maybe I'm mistaking him for somebody else. Oh. Okay. Okay. Tegamibachi, this just the special. Sorna Oto. Kimitaboku. Perfect Insider. Promised Neverland. And the sequel. Damn. And then there's an other, which is an ONA from 2009, 1 minute per episode. And look, you're probably not wrong about the chocolate thing. Like, it's just a cynical, like, whatever. These are 2 minutes per episode. Wait a fucking minute. Jeez Louise! And then the one that they describe is in fact 25 minutes. All right. I mean, I just feel like it's a little bit more than you. See what I mean? They're being dismissive. It's feel like I can't really learn about these things if you're going to be dismissive like that. Shoot, I gotta watch Wide Red Wave. I have it on Blu-ray. I think I knew Perfect Insider because Asano Ino might have provided the character. Yeah, I think so. All the pie talk is making me hungry. Yeah. I should go eat soon, too. It's been over 3 hours. Yeah, I'll just put dismissive and move on. Eat on stream. I'd have to cook though, Bob. I have to put it in the mic. I'm actually I'm exaggerating. I would be putting the thing I would be preparing it and putting it in the microwave, which would take me some time. I would love to eat on stream. I mean, not necessarily, but like, if I really need something, I have an entire box of goldfish over here. That's like a bunch of bags and stuff. I like, if I really need to. Okay, we're moving on to Noozles, which is Blinky, the mysterious koala. That's cute. The girl is given a toy koala only to discover that when she noozles her nose against it, it transforms into a real koala. That's cute. Otherwise unremarkable anime. Nora. Here we are. As in Twinkle Nora Rock Me. They don't even talk about it! No way! They completely miss out on it! They didn't even watch it! No! What a missed opportunity! We get to see them, like, lose their minds over the... You guys familiar with Twinkle? It's the one Kenny went viral about. Twinkle Nora Rock Me. Which I enjoy, don't get me wrong. In the year 2097, a beautiful girl and two scientists must prevent the future frontier space town's governing computer from going haywire and starting Armageddon. This adaptation differs considerably from the original 1980 manga by Garuga creator Mikuria, but since the creator performed so many tasks on the staff, we can assume the changes were made with her approval. A second episode, Twinkle Nora Rock Me, completed the story. Compare with Mighty Space Miners. What? Damn! That's funny. They completely no idea. Blissfully unaware. It won't take that long. I don't know how long it'll take, Bob, and that's what worries me. I don't want to do it. It's okay. Be like Kenji Lopez and go GoPro for full immersion. I don't have a GoPro, and honestly, so I would have loved that. I find it funny I discovered Nora before it blew up. Figured no one would know about it but me. I remember seeing the cover, but I didn't watch it until I saw Kenny talk about it. But compare with Mighty Space Miners? Really? I guess I haven't seen the original. It's funny. I've literally seen Twinkle Nora Rock Me, but I haven't seen Nora. It's funny. Okay, they really don't really give much of an opinion about it. Nothing to report. Oh well. Gami. Yeah. No. Oh, they do actually. They do add compare with Mighty Space Miners for the 3rd edition. You have a phone. You can get an app. I have it. I just don't want to like accidentally end the stream or whatever. And don't worry about it. It's not like I'm not hungry. Like, oh, I'm sorry. Like, no, I'm fine. My body's dumb and weird like that. Noragami. Yato is an obscure Japanese war god, fallen on hard times and lacking even a roadside shrine to call his own. In desperation, he scrawls a cell phone number on the wall and offers to carry out tasks for the price of the average shrine donation, which in parsimonious times turns out to be a mere 5 yen. He begins working at a series of odd jobs hardly befitting a deity, such as finding a lost cat, all the while hoping to drag himself out of the doldrums by amassing enough worshippers to be a real god once more. Positing an alluring Gaiman-esque world in which even Japanese deities are obliged to roll with the reasonably recessionary punches and conform to austerity measures, Noragami is an insightful allegory of modern Japan after 2 decades of economic stagnation. Yato is an arcane god forced to subsist among mundane humans compared to Ushio and Tora, prepared to undertake odd jobs in the fashion of Kiki's delivery service for a bargain basement fee. As in Ada Chitoka's original manga, today's gods are oddly narcissistic, with their powers waning in keeping with many fantasy and fairy tales. Rather than demand worship, they plead for it. If humans stop believing in them, they will literally fade away. Yato needs to be needed, in an artful perspective on very human concerns. An unaired 13th episode bundled with the DVD release. Compare with Kamichu. It's very interesting that they don't even talk about the kind of... Am I not mistaken that it kind of becomes a battle shonen after the first arc, after the first season? Like, Aragoto, at least to me, very much felt like a battle shonen. Just get some chips or a bag of goldfish, man. For women, I have them. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's fine. Yeah, it's positive, but I don't know if I really know if I watched it, because it definitely becomes more than they're just kind of praising the premise, aren't they? Aren't they? If I'm not mistaken, like the latter half of Noragami has way more to do with like beating ghosts and shit. Like, there's way more to Noragami than that. I really think they're missing something. That's really weird. I don't know. girl was cute at least. Yeah. Definitely felt more like a battle shonen in presentation. Right. That's just weird. I feel like they didn't. Norakuro from 1970. Which is in here. Okay. I never heard of this. So it's like a kind of a well-known franchise. It started as like a wartime short. Yeah, 1931 manga. And it was 11. It was an 11-minute short in 1934, and then it kind of became a new lease on life in the Meiji Restoration, and got a TV series in 1970, Norakuro. And then it gets another kind of remake in 1987, Norakuro-kun. I had never heard of any of these, but it's really interesting. I think I'll give that one a good one, because I just really I've never heard of that, and that was really interesting. No judgment either. Nor Mimi. Okay. They just kind of describe it. Nostradamus, the prophecy. Okay, yeah, that's not in here. Nostradamus Senritsu no Keiji you'd think that's in here too, but no. I literally have one more page actually. I'm really close to finishing it actually. But I think that's a new one. Oh, Happy Science. It's made in live action with extensive CGI and some animation. Is included here for disambiguation, because the organization was responsible for half a dozen other anime movies. It's often assumed that this movie is animated. Okay. Yeah. Notari Matsutaro, 1990. This one has a first edition. Wow. it's 6 60-minute episodes, so it's effectively a 12-episode show. And it's based on a manga by Tetsuya Chiba. Never heard of this one, actually. I wonder how available this is. Wow. Wikipedia is saying there's 10 28-minute episodes, which is different from 6 60-minute episodes. And then no, okay, so 2015 edition says 30-minute 10. Okay. It's actually a 10-part TV series. Okay. Let me just write. They changed that. Utari, not Sutaro. Adjusted episode length amounts from 60 times 6 eps to 30x 10 eps. But there is a TV series that aired in 2014. That's 23 episodes that they don't mention at all. That's really weird. Weird. I am interested in that now. I didn't know that was a thing. Okay. Now and then, here and there. Woo! Hope they like it. Hope they like it. That's good. I was about to mail you some food. Come on, Bob. You think his Epicid's leader is dead and Shin Kamen Rider killed him. The guy's dead, but Shin Kamen Rider did make its version of Shocker allude to, at least in promotional stuff. Yeah. Okay. Schoolboy Shu Matsutani climbs a chimney to rescue a girl he sees sitting at its summit. Sorry if that adjusted the mic. But he falls into an alternate world. There, the damsel he tried to rescue is revealed as Lala Lu, the bearer of a magic pendant that can control the water element in this new world. The evil Hamdo needs Lala's pendant so that he can construct his fortress in a place called Hollywood. And now Shu isn't just visiting, he's the point man in a war against the forces of darkness. Weird way to put that. Really weird way to put that, but okay. Sure. Despite a plot redolent of the comedy El Hazard, childish designs, and a sub-Miyazaki look, now and then here and there is a remarkably adult show that refuses to stint on images of violence and abuse. Shown on more forgiving satellite TV, this anime was compared to Alex Haley's epic Roots by screenwriter Kurata, a trifle optimistic from the man who wrote Battle Athletes. A later bonus disc contains 70 minutes of extras. Well, at least they liked it, but that was such a weird article. That's it. Okay. At least they liked it. That's such a trademark phrase for this series, isn't it? At least they liked it. Why put that? Why include this? even know what the full context of that quote is. Can the guy just be proud of the fucking thing that he made? You just bully him for some other thing that he made? You gotta be kidding me. Would you want me to dismiss any of your other... would the authors of this book want me to dismiss their other work because of this book? Like, oh, don't check out anime history, you know, from the guys who wrote the anime encyclopedia. Right? Like, I would never want to do that to you. Or to any author. Because of, like, a work that I don't like. Oh, Tomino. Oh, you mean the guy who created Garzy's Wing? Yeah, right. You know how fucking stupid that is? I'm not even a big Battle Athletes fan. But, like... what the fuck? The show's great. Don't know what their problem is. Yeah, I don't get it either. I don't get why they're being fucking cynical about it. Especially when they like it. Like, God, why do you have to be so fucking backhanded, dude? So stupid. So I'm reading, Japan's first commercial broadcaster and a direct competitor with NHK. It is thus perhaps no surprise that one of the channel's biggest anime successes in early years was Star of the Giants, because they're affiliated with the Yomiuri Giants. Anime on NTV remains in children's slots and clustered in the late-night graveyard shift. Perhaps in reflection of this, the channel became a substantial investor in the animation studio Madhouse, taking an 84.5% stake in the company in 2011, 95% in 2014. Holy shit. I had no idea that Madhouse was, like, that bought out by this TV station. That's crazy. I wonder what other studios are like that like they're just completely in the pocket of NHK or something. Probably more than just Madhouse. I walked away for 1 second and they say something stupid again. What is it this time? I just really like took issue with the statement here about Now and Then Here and There. The anime was compared to Alex Haley's epic Roots by screenwriter Kurata. A trifle optimistic from the man who wrote Battle Athletes. Like, you gotta dig fucking Battle Athletes. Like, you gotta did both Now and Then Here and There. The guy for another work you don't like. Battle Athletes OVA was fun. I don't know about the series. What did they say? They were negative about Battle Athletes when I read it way back when. So I'm half listening playing Minecraft as an effort to stay awake while watching some mind-numbing raw 60s anime. Big X. I cannot believe you're watching Big X. It's like, dude, come on. Don't bother. Oh, Super Jetter. Okay. Fair enough. I saw that you had posted a screen cap from Big X, so that was why I thought. I really feel that they're elitist, and this elitism that just gets worse the more stories they consume or jot down. Like, it gives them more credence to say stuff like this. Yeah. That's the that's like one of the worst things about elitism, is that it can often only get worse. It's very hard to turn around from. I wouldn't call it that, but I wouldn't see why someone would, so maybe. But I could see why someone would, so maybe. Oh yeah, I was watching Big X too. Yeah. I'm covering everything from the 1960s, but raw stuff I'm dropping when I feel like it. Okay, fair enough. So you are covering Sally and Akko and Attack Number 1. And look, Bob, you don't necessarily need to cover those three, because Attack Number 1 has actually been covered very well by both Trixie and Marion B. And then um I'm watching Sally and Akko right now, and we'll probably make videos about them. And people have already made some videos on Akko and Sally already. Um, just watch enough to say a few sentences at least. Fair enough. Yeah, you can watch the stuff that's subbed for Sally at least. There's 7 episodes, or 7 or so episodes subbed. Nothing for Akko. Like they 1 episode, I think. Pierre Bourdreau intensifies. It's been a breath of fresh air once you reach the 70s. Yeah, but I don't know how you're gonna feel about 70s after trudging through all this 60s stuff. It's gonna be like, oh my god. Hopefully you enjoy this stuff. Hopefully you do. I'm very much looking forward to it, of course. People consume like 500 more anime shows than me, but they'll like enjoy nothing. Yeah. Well, it's not a matter of how much you watch or even what you watch. It's all the approach and the mindset you're going into when watching these shows. I want to go in to enjoy the stuff that I'm picking. And I have like enough background going into it and pretext to be able to be like, I think I'll enjoy this. Or at the very least, I will find this interesting. Everything I'm watching is for 60s Guide, so they won't be individual. Yeah, that's fair. I'm still looking for the exact crossover with when Magical Girls Goes Otaku and how we get stuff like Magical Destroyers anime coming next season. Gotta go read soon. Yeah. I gotta finish this. At least under 4 hours. I should be able to. Because I'm literally on NU. I literally have... How many articles left do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright, 8. Kind of long ones, too. Ugh. I'm just gonna crunch them. Let's get it! Oh, okay. Positive. Tamely positive, but yeah. Okay. Nurse Angel Lilika SOS. This is what's so annoying and disingenuous. Fuck yeah. I hate to actually you anime encyclopedia, right? 10-year-old Rivika is a typical Japanese elementary school heroine. Cute, sweet, kind-hearted, always willing to help others. Typical Japanese elementary school sweetheart. When a very handsome older boy returning from his travels gives her a present from the exotic, mysterious realm of England, it turns out to be the device that transforms her into the latest of a long line of anime heroines dating back to Little Witch Sally. Sally does not transform! She is a magical being! She is literally an alien! She is not a typical Japanese girl! She tries to be! She also does not transform that often. She does sometimes. That is a part of her power set. But really, her brother Cub does most of the transforming. You know who does to transform into different characters? Himitsu no Ako-chan, which the manga came out earlier than Sally the Witch. You gotta be smart about that. You gotta just, fuck, come on. Come on! I really hate to actually you, but like, you can't just boil like, oh, it's Louis Sally. That's the first magical girl anime. Let's have a little more nuance to this. Let's have a little bit more respect. All right. It's not the same thing. Earth is under threat from the playing card-themed forces of Dark Joker. And whenever his minions compete with Ace of Spades tattoos threaten Earth, Ririka puts on her magic nurse's cap and becomes Lilika the Nurse Angel. And she uses the power bestowed on her to fight evil. That's also not Sally or Akko at that point. What are we doing here? Extend her powers of healing to the world and also to sell the many items of product placement accessories that she wields in the commercially savvy post-Sailor Moon world. Yeah, there you go. That's the one. At the halfway, the series goes much darker and more unpredictable. Well, at least they don't give away the ending. Look, I'll even write that down as like, oh, you are capable of not giving spoilers here. How hard is that? How hard is that? Is Attack No. 1 bad or something? No, Bob, I just didn't expect you to watch all of it. It's 101, like, girls' sports series. But no, it is good. I've heard very good things about it from both Trixie and Marion B. I just didn't expect you to watch it. All of it, at least. It is all subbed, too. Really, learning about these authors really makes me feel like all these creators are connect. Oftentimes, peacock fighting with anime doesn't happen with creators but fans. Well, yeah, that's kind of what I think I'm going to go towards the ultimate conclusion with this, is that this is a reflection of ourselves. Helen and John are just as much anime fans, flaws and all, as the rest of us. Their biases, their mentalities, their cynicism, I do feel like it's very emblematic of a lot of fans, especially from that period. And my commentary, I think, is how much has that really helped us? How useful is that? They're not the outliers, I don't think, in thinking these ways. A lot of these tropes and trends and all these problems I'm having, I do not put it past the like a lot of anime fans to have similar things, similar aspects about them. Everyone in Europe loves it, so there's that. Depends on the staffing jobs move between productions. Some stay on one studio. Yeah, I've been looking forward to it. Looks good. She's reverse isekai. Yeah, no, everybody knows Mahou Shoujo's. Nobody actually knows Mahou Shoujo's. Thanks for ranting on my behalf. Alternate reality. Yeah, we hear. Yeah. A manga was published the same year, who also created by the same author as Tokimeki Tonight. That's cool. And just checking that this is the last article of the first edition. Okay, now I just have to make sure that I have choice of fucking. I was confused because what you said, like it would be bad or something. I'm watch reviewing these as a personal journey. If I don't like it, then I'll move on. No, that's fair. I just was like you make it. It was because you were making those judgment calls that you had you were not you're now making your guide, and you're not making any more individual videos on Sally, Akko, or Attack Number One. And that's yeah. And it wasn't to try to imply that they're bad. I just find it interesting. Like again, you can do whatever you want. I'm not like this isn't a criticism at all. You could doing how you want it. I also especially get it because you want to move on. Like you've literally done plenty of work, Bob, plenty, and we all really respect and appreciate you for it. So like, what I was trying to say is that like, don't worry about not covering Attack Number One, Sally, and Akko in that extensive detail. Obviously, you can still cover, mention them in your '60s guide, but like, that's what I'm just trying to say is don't worry about it. Because other people like myself and Marion and Trixie have got you covered, basically. The last 67 he's doing individually are Sayuki, Tiger Mask, and Attack Number One. Alright. I'm surprised you haven't gotten to Tiger Mask yet. Tell us the Tiger Mask lore when you get to it. I feel like you had seen Tiger Mask. That's so weird. I'm so surprised you hadn't seen Tiger Mask yet. Okay. Okay, so that's it for the first edition. It's literally just second edition stuff now. Nurse me. Don't nurse me, actually. This is a good OST to do this too. Better than average nurse porn anime. Why do you? It always bowls me over every time they have an opinion about it. Good clarification there. Not that there's anything wrong with that. If you like that sort of thing. Jeez. Oh, they're a little cynical. I think they're positive about it, though. 60 episodes of Tiger Mask is awesome. Wow. Oh wow, 70. I didn't even know that much was subbed, to be honest with you. That's great. What music is that from? It's some of Pat Labor. Yeah, Pat Labor 2. It's the theme of Pat Labor 2. Right? I love this. I love this track so much. Yeah. Okay, Neon Koi. What do they mean by this? Sato Fujiwara's 2007 manga is an unusual starting premise for a harem show. But in a harem, as in a casino, the house always wins. What do you mean? What does that mean? In a harem, as in a casino, the house always wins. The formula that was so fresh and funny in Tenchi Muyo is drained dry, in need of a more inspired reinvention that anyone has so far managed. Most modern harem shows call on either zanier and zanier comedy or more and more extreme fan service to spice up the same old, while Nyankoi is almost charmingly old-fashioned in its restraint on both fronts. It's such a generalization. Like, still need to watch Pet Labor 2. Only seen the first movie. Yeah, it's good. It's good. And it's good. I have a very particular opinion about it. I think it's mixed pretty much. Like, they're kind of backhanded about it. Can these guys name any harems besides Tenchi Muyo and Heisei Hatsura? I mean, apparently they've seen them. Love Hina, probably. I think they're saying people are idiots for spending their money on these things. Yeah, probably. Actually, completely separate note. I love your choice of music in your videos. All of them really reflect the point in your video too when it starts. Just wanted to gas you up. Thank you. I like to think that's one of the things that can actually separate me from other channels, because other channels are actually trying to be bigger on YouTube and make money, and because I don't, I can just kind of put Michael Jackson and I don't get any money. My videos aren't monetized, so I just put whatever I want. Whereas there have been YouTube creators who have been expressed that like they would love to do more interesting song choices like that, but YouTube literally punishes them. They won't allow them. There's some creators that just get in trouble even for their own commissioned songs that get claimed by some fraudulent bullshit. So there's a lot of big channels that just don't use music at all. Funny, I could say the same about their book. Yeah. Neon Pyre. positive, but what the fuck is this comment? Oh, come on, guys. The show can be read as a critique of the parlous state of the anime industry, constantly on the brink of death and saved only by the tainted blood of moe-polluted fans. Or you can just watch it because it's fun. I just do not vibe with this humor. I just don't vibe with this humor. It doesn't read well. Like, come on. Having financial support outside of YouTube monetization is nice. Ever see anyone see the RE4 short? Oh yeah, that got shared around a lot. It was very faithful, really, really good. Everyone I met in RL with this type of humor was usually very insecure. Yeah, potentially. I really don't want to make any judgment calls on their character, but I just want to try to stick as most as possible with the writing and whether I agree with it or not, or whether I find it effective or not. Try at least. I probably have fallen short in a couple of times. I've been talking about them a lot for over a year, you know, so a little obsessive perhaps, for sure. But it's a, you know, it's a mission of really trying to give the fullest respect to this book, which I really think is a phenomenal achievement. This is insane. It's crazy. And like I said when I originally listened to them talk about this book, I was really like, yeah, if I was in your position, I would have done the same thing. Probably. If I had the means and the access and the motivation, yeah. It wouldn't be any different. And you know, so it seems obsessive. It seems like hate train or something. Because all I do is talk about how much I point out a lot of weird, dumb things about this book. But I wouldn't be doing it otherwise. I try not to dwell on negative things, as I would hope comes across in my main channel videos. I find this to be really interesting and constructive, because it says a lot, like I said earlier, about our community and the kind of fans that are attracted to this kind of medium, that would buy this book, that would write this book. I think they speak to a very particular group of fans. And that's why it's been, mostly kind of lauded, with this exceptions of, like, people really starting to dig into it and be like, eyebrow raising occasionally. But mostly respect. And I would have the same amount of respect for them here. But, I'm not just trying to say all that to save my ass, I swear. I really wouldn't, I don't know. I don't think they've really ever said, like, fuck anime or something that extreme or something, but like, I get it, you can't love everything, but that's why it's okay if you didn't show any love to begin with. Just have a placid, here's anime, I would have been okay with that. But to be fair, would I have ever talked about this book? Probably not. Side note, any thoughts of the new Kinnikuman anime? Excited. Waiting to see what exactly it is. Is it a remake like Dragon Quest, the latest Dragon Quest remake? If so, holy shit, that's pretty cool. Is it sort of a continuation? Maybe. I don't know. We're not sure what it is yet, so we have to. Jury's still out on it, but promising, especially because it's Toei. At least it seems to be confirmed as Toei because of the copyright. And so if it's still Toei, that's promising. That's cool. Despite that meaning probably going to be outsourced. Because they have so many other things they're doing right now. I don't think having ads makes that big a difference. You can still get copyright strikes even if you're not profiting. Also conspiracy, but when YouTube prioritizes it, that's what I mean, Bob. That's why my videos don't really do well. Because my channel's not monetized. I suspect it's because of that. Also because a lot of my videos have recently gotten partially blocked, only in Russia. Russia's the only country that they're blocked in, because of the music I use, and SME specifically has blocked anything that they've noticed and so a lot of my videos have been retroactively blocked in Russia. Which I think even though it's just Russia, YouTube sees partially blocked and it doesn't matter. Not gonna push it. That's kind of what I suspect. At the same time, though, my Obito video is not partially blocked, and that's also not doing great either. But I'm just not great at those particular videos. Have not been the best in terms of a hook on YouTube because they start in a weird way. Not with the AMVs, but like the topics they start with are weird. So the retention's probably ass on those. But then yeah, I have thought about that. The fact that my channel's not monetized means that it doesn't get that. And you're right, I could still get strikes, but I have a suspicion personally that because of how many content IDs I get, if my channel was monetized, I personally have a conspiracy theory that I would get more strikes. I have a worry about that I would get more strikes, because my channel's monetized and I'm using that material. I don't know if that's true or not, really. Honestly, if this was earlier me, I would have been just as much of a hater. I look at it with a lot of lucidity and its feelings to compare and reflect my own mentality, but could have been just. Yeah, I am the same way. I completely own up to being an elitist for several years, and still have shades of it. If I find a show that I spend time on and I didn't enjoy, I can be very critical. But it's a matter of whether I choose to spend that energy and dispel that and being like, actually, guys, Eureka 7's not that good, you know? I'm not going to waste my energy on that. Because there's people who really like that show and therefore understand it better and will give it much, much more care and attention than I would because I just didn't enjoy it. That's my take on it, at least. I do have to have some modicum of enjoyment to really talk about it in good faith, in my opinion. You need me to make you some BS clickbait Naruto vids like I used to for other YouTubers. Yeah? No shit. Thumbs, I mean. The thumbs are commissioned, actually. I did commission someone to make those 3 thumbnails. Lines in motion. But to be fair, it was obviously based on my direction and discretion. So, I mean, I don't know. It's still probably my L at the end of the day, and it wasn't like I gave Lines in Motion complete creative freedom there. I kind of just asked them specifically to use these images and this particular whatever. I was very particular with what I wanted. And then once I made them and paid for them, I don't want to like use something else. So they run ads on unmonetized videos anyway. Yes, they do. It's hard to tell because you don't know what vids lost the ad lottery and what vids are monetized. Yeah. I had a minor elitist phase where it's also right place, right time. It's like no one really wants to watch long-ass Naruto videos. You know, it's a dead series. It's like dead, you know. Whatever. I get it. I had a minor elitist phase where I just assumed that all newer anime was just lolly and incest crap. That was never as bad as these guys. I was still kind of elitist, but I never went online forums, so it petered out. I used to fake Naruto getting killed on all sorts of crazy stuff, get millions of views. Damn, Bob! Live that crazy life! Besides, I'm I'm more into having fun in my niche than actively going and making spiteful content. Yep. Yep. Although people would argue, the people who make that content would argue that is fun for them, and that's just how their brain's wired, and good for them. Sorry, it's close to 4 hours. I am literally 2 articles away from being done. Jesus. Oh my god, I just realized I'm reading the article for Kodomo Dojikan. God damn it! Because I was reading I was reading the synopsis and like, whew, this is something else. And then yeah, literally never read the synopsis or heard the synopsis for Kodomo no Chikan. I only know that it's one of those that's like stay the fuck away, kind of like alarm bells type of show. And okay, damn. Because then they says the anime title translates as A Child's Time, and I'm like, wait, Kodomo no Chikan. I was like, oh, that's so funny. Okay, people might not want to watch, but I may have watched like a couple times. Thank you, Hugs. I really appreciate that. That's what the thing is. It's like I really need to be content with the fact that I make it for people that really like my stuff. I really want, and the fact that I get to talk with all of you individually, and I'm not big enough to like people that tell me obviously I'm one of those channels, right, that are like, you should have more views, you should have more subs. But then if I did, I don't think I would be able to have that connection with all of you, that any of you could really DM me and ask for things, and people do. I don't know if with the sheer volume of that, I wouldn't be able to keep up with it anymore. And I would lose that. And iPatch Wolf has talked about that separation, that dissonance, you know? As much as I want this to be something that I do for my living, not in a way that it's a job. I do not want to make this a job or my sole source of income. What I want this to be is something that I do reliably and consistently in a way that I'm able to sustain myself with my time. You know? That's what, like, I've talked about this in places before. Let me continue reading about Kodomo no Jikan. Good lord. The idea of Lolita as a fiction is dangerous. Like all transgressive notions, it can encourage extension into reality. Meanwhile, changes in society and family life both sexualize and marginalize children. Two TV stations removed it from their broadcast schedules, one stating that their decision was informed by the arrest of self-described pedophile superstar and elementary school vice principal Takayuki Hosoda. Two other stations aired the series heavily censored. And that's pretty much all they say about it. You know, mentioning the OVAs and shit, but they don't actually describe the OVAs, at least. And they don't make the stupid mistake of connecting it to another fucking article. They don't connect, you know, Boku no Pico to Cowboy Bebop and Ray Earth. I'm looking. I'm scanning over the article again. Yeah, no, they don't. They do not link another series to this, which is completely appropriate. Which is really the correct move. Honestly, I think this is a good article for them, because I think they handled this with really good tact. Did not be weird about it or make generalizations. They were very cut and dry, but like still gave the information, and not in a backhanded, like, shitty way. And I struggle to say giving the anime respect, obviously, because, like, the thing is, yeah, like, I would reckon to say that every anime is worthy of some modicum of respect, because it is something that was created by many people, you know, and is the handiwork of artists and representative of their creative journeys. Respect, I don't necessarily mean acknowledgement or praise, like, you know, like I don't know if admonishment's the word, but like judgment calls. You know, they don't really, like, in this article here, they don't talk about the quality of the show itself. They merely say that what it contains, the summary, right? Addressing this concept of Lolita as fiction is dangerous. You know, meanwhile, changes in society and family life both sexualize and marginalize children. That's fine. That's all you need to say. And then talking about its production history and the fact that 2 TV stations removed it from their programming because of a real life incident. Like, this is, I think, that is treating it with respect in the neutral sense. I think respect should be considered a neutral term in this, you know, in general. I'm just trying to further clarify my stance, I guess. I didn't realize we were talking about Mario Kata a lot. Jeez, how did I blink and, like, all these comments came up? Wow. Bullying is only fun if you maintain on top of the mob. The instant you can step on everyone. PR landmine your toes. It has some redeeming plot lines, but yeah, no, it's definitely that type of show. Can't believe this anime is from the same writer as Anohana. I wouldn't even want a small group of people DMing me. Props to you for doing it and streaming and stuff, but I could never. Oh, of course. In terms of intimacy, having 200 chatters is similar to having 0 chatters, where you don't really know anybody, or you cherry pick a few people. Anti-otaku sentiment. You largely talk to chat the same when that happens, though. Yeah, you talk to chat as a mob, and you might cite 1 or 2. You might see, like, you know, single out a particular comment or something, but, like, it's impossible to. It's a tidal wave. I watched Dog VA stream, and it's a tidal wave. His chat. There's so many like-minded people that, like, if some funny moment happens, you know there's gonna be 50 of the same emoji by different people, right? Like, spammed at the same time. It's like a wave. You literally see it, like, a certain moment happens, and then you see the chat react 5 seconds later. Like, instantly. It's definitely a Mario Kata show with the love triangle drama. If you want to screw with someone, mention that this is from the same writer as IBO. I did an issue with Simone, but I don't know This article is honestly much better than I thought it would be. It's as neutral as it can be. Nymph, damn. I don't know if it's better or worse than this is written by a woman. I don't know about that. Wouldn't what someone considered respecting as a work vary from creator to creator? For me, respecting my work means engaging with it honestly. If you hate it, go nuts. Yeah. I can see what you mean. I definitely think there's ways to respect the series and dunk on it. At least that's what I'm trying with this book. I'm dunking on it a lot. A lot. But I'm not trying to make snap judgments. I have occasionally been like, oh, I bet they like this one, or oh, I bet they hate this one, right? I can make some like assumptions when I'm going into some anticipation, but I really try to give every article, what do you got? You know, and be open-minded as a sense of discovery. Damn, why do they got so many women write lolly crap? Also have to consider the anime that you like aren't exactly the kind of anime that garners such attention. Yeah, of course. It's fortuitous when it's overlapped. And I think a lot of us smaller creators can resonate with that. Maybe in some areas, not all the niche stuff. There's ways of decorum to not resort to ad hominems or assumptions. Yeah. Yeah. Full honesty, though, I really think. I honestly think they do a pretty good job with that one. Of course, you need to have a good sense of good faith and fair criticism, and there ain't no judges in the hobby nerd space. Yeah, right, you respect the act of creation and the energy they put into it. The work itself is fair game, so to speak. I agree, but when it comes to content like this, it's hard not to. Okay, now we have nymphs of foe of the stratosphere. Great. Another hentai, of course. I don't really have the energy to write down this opinion of like in an anime whose plot only really makes sense when read off the box. Okay. Whatever. Oh shit. We fucking made it. Oh. Holy crap. We're here on the other end. We did 50 articles tonight. 4 hours. Granted, a lot of ranting and tangents and discussions with chat, which is always a delight. And the reason I love doing this and keep doing it, despite the anguish it gives me. Thank you all so much for being here. Big, hopefully a fun time was had by all. Yes. And we got O next. Oh shit. I was looking at I want to look again at the schedule we got. We got a roadmap of sorts. Oh, good track. Alright, okay. So not you. Yeah. March, April. 11 streams. How many streams have we done this month? 1, 2, 3, 4. Shit. 4 streams. Well, that's not too bad, because I got some time. I think I've done 4 streams. But if I do one on Friday, and then another on Tuesday and Friday next week, that'll be another 3 streams for this month, and that brings me to 1, 2, 3. Hold on, I have to. Ugh. I have to look at the playlist. The end of M. The end of M was on February 28th. I knew it. That's right. I remember that. And then we got March 4th, March 10th, and today. Yes, I knew it. Gotcha. I was correct. So, 4th, 10th, and today. So this is the 3rd stream. Oh, okay. I think I was wrong. I did one less than I would have counted for. So we've only done 3 streams this month. But if I do 4, 5, 6 on 24th, 28th, and 31st, that'll be 6 streams. 6 out of 11 streams, that's the majority. And according to this, I was supposed to do N in 2 streams, but I did in 3. Maybe a little ambitious. So I mean, you know, 4, 5, 6. I feel like a third of the way through P. Oof. If I did O by the end of the month, then I just got maybe a little P too, hopefully. A little P. God damn it. I don't know how long O will be. I feel like O can't be that long. I have to do some math, but I won't do it right now. Right now. But, you know, if it's starving for more of my voice, I'm starting to be like Trixie, right? It's like, you're addicted to my voice. No. Not saying any of you are. I don't want to have that kind of ego about myself. But there is, to be fair, 90 more minutes of scripted, edited content that just dropped on my main channel. So, check it out. Yeah, this just was what I needed. Well, thanks. Love the stream. Tiger did a major academic research on otaku, moe, and Loey. Okay. David, congratulations. Yeah. I know that most Japanese anime fans aren't into lolly crab, but that just might be optimism. It's sort of just like, unfortunately, you can't really police what's in people's heads and in people's, and you can't really know what they're capable of and what they're going to do. I think there is a modicum of truth. I can't believe I'm trying to make this argument right now, but I do think there's a modicum of truth to the idea that art can influence actions, can lead somebody to doing something that is not only illegal but morally reprehensible. At the same time, that sort of stuff, those sorts of morally reprehensible and illegal acts, can also be perpetrated by people who don't watch that stuff. It's not a one-for-one correlation causation thing. I don't think. So to me, it's like we unfortunately can't police people's actions or thoughts or what they watch. We can judge them. You know, we can have our own opinions about this thing and make our own informed decisions. At the end of the day, we can't really stop anybody from not trying to do from doing those acts or whatever. Like I'm just because we can try our best stopping those things. I guess the law enforcement can, you know, the proper authorities, or if you encounter someone in that situation. But like us on the side, you know, us regular people and just kind of regular guys, it's like there's only so much we can do. I like the Lincoln Park A and B. Yeah, thank you. I mean, we could just say social adjustment is a form of policing. Yeah. But it's like, that I feel like that can only do so much. Maybe I'm being cynical about saying that, but like, I think it's good to make your stance clear and upfront about those sorts of things, but also not like be so knee jerk and reactionary when someone's giving a little. Hey, let's pause and think about this a little bit closer. Obviously, still care about the safety and well-being of children and everything. Being on the same side, being clear about that, while not having such extreme quick to judgment things. Like really take this to a nuanced place so that it's better understood. I do feel kids need to at least have a PG-13 level of knowledge about this stuff so they know how to protect themselves. Yeah. At the same time, though, I don't feel like it's their responsibility. I don't think it's really their job to protect themselves. Because they're kids. They shouldn't need to. Unfortunately, like, they should be in safe spaces regardless. School should be a safe environment. Their home should be a safe environment. The activities they participate in have to be safe. Not just for the kids, but for the other people involved in those institutions. Because that's, for some of them, that's their livelihood. And these sorts of abuses or crimes or just general icky, stupid, reprehensible shit blemishes everybody around and that happens for any crime. It's not unique to pedophilia or to any of this stuff that we're talking about. It's murder. It's shootings. It's robbery. It's adultery. It's anything that's like reprehensibly wrong. That does damage to your community, to an institution. And that's one of the things. And then it just happens to be particular to these spaces where it has been proven in studies that this is where these locations where children are where these things are most likely to happen. Because obviously. We've had the corruptive media theory going around for at least 50 years, and it hasn't gotten any headway beyond either hard clampdowns or banning content. I'm not saying the kids should have pressure put on them, but just know that these types of people exist. It's not the kid's fault. Yeah. At the same time, do you really want to? I see your. I do respect and understand your position. I would just understand the position of the parent, or their guard, or the people that really don't want to, like, they hate to break their innocence like that. But then, would you rather break their innocence that way, or break their innocence, have their innocence broken by someone else? Yeah, I'm assuming is kind of the concern. I mean, the Araguro, but like their innocence is already, a lot of them in the U.S. is already broken because of school shootings and like those drills. Like, fire drills never had that. It's just like, oh, if a fire happens, it's nobody. They can happen on accidents. It's nobody's fault. School shooters, it's somebody's fault. Someone came in there with murderous intent. That's something that, like, you teach a young child that could happen. That colors their they grow up pretty quick. Sorry if it suddenly got too dark in this stream. I should probably stop streaming. Don't say like that, Shaves. It sounds like a defloration euphemism. I'm not sure what you mean by that. I'll be sure to be more careful of what I'm saying, depending if I know what you mean by that. I mean, that Araguro craze happened a little bit, like the 90s. While it's led to a moral panic, it's hard to say if it's because of the media or if that's just already at the margins. As someone who grew up watching Adult Swim, I feel like giving kids knowledge of mature subjects is ultimately beneficial. Through media, sure, maybe. It's also good. I just don't want to make any judgment calls like this will be good for kids or this is not good for, because I didn't. You go to college for that sort of thing. There are people who are doctors in children's studies. Not that you can't have an opinion on something you don't have a degree in, obviously not. But like, there are people who know better than me. I'm going off of what I learned from youth protection training, which I have to do every 2 years, every couple of years, for my job. Because I do work with youth a lot. It's also getting pretty hard to have any safe spaces for kids when nobody knows how to stop the internet's influence. Should I start to get into the debate drama stream game? Ah! Yeah, I can't imagine. I don't want to debate anybody really. I don't know. I don't know why I get. You know what why I'm getting into this a little bit is, it is tapping a little, like touching it. My next video, which is a bit risky. It is a bit yabai. It is one of those feet are not quite touching the bottom type of thing. Right? It's like, okay, kind of thing. But I really like the idea, personally. It's not it's the defense of a certain show, but I don't mind taking a bullet for this one. I find that it's a representative, interesting sample. Relevant, recent sample, too. So, I don't know. Losing your innocence sure is a turn of phrase. I see. My brilliance believe that kids should be protected from the dangers of the world, not shielded from it. Yes. That's a good way of putting it. But now, yeah, it's reaching that point later on. Unfortunately, they don't pay for child studies, PhDs anymore, so they gotta take the jobs they can get. They can't counseling. You mean the jobs that I do, Annalisa? Of course, all my rambling is different depending on the kid or the parent. Yeah, bye. Interesting. Looking forward to it. Since I was a child, I despised people. I hurt children, and those beliefs are going on stronger since then. Yeah. Totally fair. Totally fair. Brigadoon moment? It wouldn't be about Brigadoon, because I literally just made A and B. I don't want to just do two Brigadoon things back to back. Brigadoon has something about it. Yeah. It's related. It would probably be... it could be featured in the video, actually. I have an idea. I have a specific section about it that kind of broadens the topic more generally, and it's going to feature a lot of different shows, is my idea. But I'm trying not to say anything about it. I've been obviously leaking and teasing some stuff in places, but I don't want to be an open book about my videos anymore, because it just gets me into shit. It gets myself... I just feel responsible and have to make... Obviously, I felt like I wanted to make the Naruto videos because I do like the videos, ultimately. But I can't deny there was that pressure of, like, I said I was making a Naruto videos, and I have this big Naruto video, and that's all I talked about for a fucking year. These pro lolly shows always get my blood boiling. It's just how I was raised and the person I am. Yeah. And to me, I'll say this and then I'll get off. It's just a matter of correctly identifying what a pro lolly show is, and not just jumping to that conclusion based on a cover image or an OP or people's reception of it, because we as an anime community have these alarm bells. We have this like spider sense, the sus, because we always feel very protective of this. We know there's a lot of not so good things about anime, and it's a matter of changing that. I think it's a matter of kind of reframing that perception a little bit. To me, it's just sort of like you just have to be sure about the, and I don't know. Oh sure, don't feel obligated to pursue it, but yeah, I get that. That's why I never talk about it in my videos. Yeah, that's fair. Cardcaptor Sakura would be an obvious example of this whole thing. Mercury Falcon actually showed me his latest video. I think he had a good approach. Oh good, I'm looking forward to it. It should come out tomorrow, I think. Or Thursday. Looking forward to it. Alright, I'll get off. crazy ass fucking thing at the end there. God. Nah, it's a Protestant protectionalism culture in the wild. Yeah. Look, I mean, I don't want to be afraid to have these conversations, is all I'll say. Because I feel like the people that don't end up, silence is the whole, yeah. But obviously not being forced about it. But yeah, thank you guys. I remember old Adult Swim bumps who used to make fun of sickos in the forums. Always gave me a good laugh. Yeah, fair. Alright. You guys have a good week. Or, I'll hopefully see you Friday. Hopefully. We'll see. Yo, peace.